Oh, yep. So I give you thumbs up. I was chewing.
We are live.
All
What's
right.
up, Drozzy? How are you
Um,
doing?
I'm doing good. I rushed to cook a sandwich real quick before we talked. You got a hold of me, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that is today." And then you're like, "I need 30 minutes." Like, "Oh my God, I can make food. I can talk to my wife on the phone real quick." So I got to rush to do all my stuff, and that's 100% on me. I apologize for not confirming with you sooner.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, I also had to delay half an hour because I was not sure that you were gonna make it, and I was almost about to go out. Uh, so yeah, last minute you caught me.
Um,
Um, it's been a while, right? How long has it been? So yeah,
it's been at least a couple of months, I think, right? At least 2 months.
yeah, I would say so too. Yeah,
You've been
about.
doing fantastic, man.
I'm not sure. Thanks for saying that, but especially the last months, I've been really, really inactive.
Um,
Um,
I don't see
I
any of
haven't
your
done
videos
anything
coming out with like
basically.
under 1,000 views. Most of them have several thousand
No, no,
views.
no, no, no. It's not that much. It's not that much.
I
It's just like
seen
a
it.
few. No,
Well, the
just
ones
a
that end
few
up in
have
front of
like.
me.
Yeah, probably, probably. Yeah, 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 probably. Yeah. YouTube has this weird thing where the ones that already get like a lot of views get also a lot more. Like, yeah, which I don't know if that makes sense, but probably it does.
I
Um,
think that's probably better because if you see a video that has more views in front of you, you're going to be more likely to click on it.
yeah,
And then if I watch a
yeah.
bunch of videos of yours that have a lot of views because they're in front of me, then I might go seeking out your other ones.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But for the amount of time you've
Yeah,
been doing this, you're killing it, dude.
thanks, man. Thanks. I really wanted to be more active, but my like private life has also been really, really busy in the last months, especially. And everything's been really like lots of change. I moved and switched my place and everything like that. So it was really difficult to focus on streaming. And also, since this is somewhat of a hobby, it doesn't have like this big priority in my life. Um, but I really enjoy doing it, and I want to go forward. Continue to do it, get more guests. Also switch up the content a little bit. I don't know if you followed it, but it's mostly like Black Pill.
Yeah, you're on the incel arc. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think you're
Basically,
really good for it though. You're like perfect for it because you don't chastise these people, but you also don't let them hide behind anything either. It's like you have a very like Mr. Girl empathetic approach. Be like, well, you say that that's what you're doing, but really, like, it's because like you're upset, or you can identify what's really happening with these people when you're talking to them, and it ends up leading to really good conversations where they're being more honest than just sort of like the incel like catchphrases that they'll throw out as reasons that they're doing things. I think you're illuminating what's going on in that community better than almost anybody else I've seen talk to them about it.
thanks, man. I mean, I'm also really impressed by my guests, especially how like introspective. Like when you look at it from the outside, you always have this like weird image, but I feel like there is so much introspection going on, which is not being seen a lot. That I'm really impressed about. One thing I really dislike is that I started to get into this place to like learn stuff and to like find out more and also like to empathize, but it's been a lot of debates and yeah, actually I'm trying to get away from that a little bit.
You try to get away
Um,
from debates.
yeah, from basically, I think I did a better job with like a few guests at the beginning where I was like, okay, we don't have to talk about our disagreements. So I was able to like blur out the disagreements and go more into the experience side of things. So I wanted to find out about the experience of the people that I was talking about. And I was basically actively ignoring and uh, blurring out basically the disagreements that we have about like life and the way things are with dating and women and stuff like that. But I was less able to do so and less willing to do so in a few other conversations. So I'm trying to go back to the experience side of things
I,
because I think there's enough debates on the topic.
That's true. I was gonna say,
You know
I
what I mean?
think I would hate to see you abdicate debating entirely because you're good at it. I watched you do some debates on Modern Day Debate, and the other people, like, you made them look just like basically insane. But you were so, because you're just so like, you're just like, look, I'm not gonna take the crazy thing that you said and just say okay. Like, you have to justify that. Like, you just so good at standing on your position. If you don't have a reason to move off of it, you just don't let people take you anywhere that's unreasonable to go, which a lot of people go, okay, I'll entertain that. You're like, no, I'm not entertaining that. You gotta explain why I should even listen to anything you have to say about that. And that's good. Just decide ahead of time, is this going to be a debate or is this going to be a conversation? Because I think
Yeah.
you're phenomenal at debating. The people on Modern Day
Thanks,
Debates,
man.
I've seen very few debates in the last year that were so like, this guy is clearly won. And this guy is clearly like like they always get so ass mad too because you're not letting them do the dumb shit that they're used to doing. That's valuable.
Yeah, the debate stuff, I like it also. It's not that I dislike it. It's just that, yeah, it's as you said, you have to decide before, or yeah, I think it's more about that. It's more about deciding in advance. Uh, and yeah, maybe also, yeah. I can really clearly see myself doing another modern day debates. I really want to do a few topics that are interesting. Like abortion is always interesting. I don't know. Maybe in the next weeks. I also need some breaks
Sure.
from the black pill stuff because it's really a heavy topic involved with lots of topics that are really heavy to digest, like lots of mental health issues and like a lot of just dark stuff and
You're also empathetic.
sadness.
You're a very empathetic
I
guy.
try to be. I try to be.
Well, when you take on, if you're going to empathize with incels that are deep into the incel community, that's got to be like, I'm sure when you turn off your stream on some of these, you're like, fuck, man. I'm sure that's got to be exhausting.
It is. It
Yeah.
is. I don't know if one can tell, but I mean, I'm actually surprised how little I think one can tell, but maybe I'm just blind to it. But it's actually really like that. Like after most debates, I'm like, or most talks, I'm like pretty exhausted. Actually, especially the ones that are not that debatey, like
Yeah.
the talking about just the experience and just like trying to just like move away from all the disagreements is, I think, yeah, it can. That's also why, I mean, at first my plan was to make like just this topic until I'm done, basically, like until I have talked to every facet of
You
the
gotta
issue.
you gotta crop rotate that stuff, man.
Yeah,
You're gonna burn
yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
get emotionally exhausted for you sometimes. It's really heavy stuff, and if you're being empathetic, you're holding on to some of their emotions for this stuff, and it's a tough subject to be like engorging yourself with.
It is, and also I'm also sometimes like scared about like what the impact is going to be about the stuff that me or my guests say on stream, and also since it's live, it's like I mean that was my choice. I choose to do a live format, but I wanted it to be authentic, but that also puts lots of like just risk, like to
Yeah,
say stuff that fucks people up and.
I just told somebody recently I don't debate. I'd be very selective on who I would debate on, like race realism or like the Jewish question, because if the other person's like way more prepared with like their logic trees and all that, like I would never debate Nick Fuentes on race realism because he knows it so well that I would just be a megaphone for him. He would never,
Mhm.
there's nothing I could say that would ever get around his like tricks that he has. Like, I think I'm right, I think he's wrong, but I think he has such a glorious bag of tricks that are so well rehearsed that I could never
Mhm.
be effective in that conversation. And so when it
Yeah.
comes to things like I think that the incel ideology is very, very toxic. And if you end up being a
Mhm.
megaphone for that, which I think you do a phenomenal job, I don't think that you are doing that. But if that ends up being the case, then yeah, I think that that would be doing something bad. But like I said, I don't think that you're doing that. So it's really good that you have those concerns.
I mean, since I'm like thinking, yeah, the more concerned, like the things I'm more concerned about is like the I don't know how you say it, but there's like a contagious effect to mental health, like to talk about stuff like self-harm can also have a very negative effect like on other people. And so
Yeah,
I'm really trying to avoid, or also like there's guidelines, for example, how we talk about certain acts of violence in every sphere, not only the incel sphere, but that's also like some rules that I just have to try to navigate. And I'm sometimes, yeah, sometimes I'm on the edge, about some topics. You know that probably the other person is going to say something that is going to infringe on this rule, on the safety rule that you have. Yeah, and that's the most stressful, I
that's
think.
what I mean about being a megaphone. Like your
Similarly.
platform is just you're just spreading their message.
Yeah.
If you can. Also, Froggy Style, thank you very much for gifting a membership. You're always the best, dude. Yeah, I think that's part of my complimenting you when I say that you're so good at doing this is that I think that I haven't seen you do that. But I think it's because of the concerns that you have, and I respect that a lot. Especially
Thanks,
somebody who's
man.
just
Thanks.
starting out. Most people don't have that mentality. Yeah, you're welcome.
I mean, yeah, I just wanna. I mean, what I'm really excited about to do now is the academics and experts basically on the topic. I have a really, really, really nice guest planned. I hope this is going to work out. It has been canceled last week, like it has been delayed until end of April. But I'm really excited to have that my first expert on. There will be, I think, another big upgrade to the stream. Big just like increase in professionality and like an insight, um, and also switch things up a little bit. Yeah,
I'm excited for it. There's somebody who's in my audience who said they've watched all of your stuff so far.
cool, man.
Yeah,
Cool. What's the? Can you say the username? Maybe I
yeah,
recognize
it's
it.
all rounder.
Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool, cool.
Um,
Yeah, that's also a really new experience to have people that are really consistently watching. That's really a nice thing that keeps you going, and to see people enjoy what you do. It's really nice. It's really something else. It's really different too. I,
yeah,
I
it
used to
takes some
rap
getting used
like
to.
long time ago. Yeah,
Oh,
and it really reminds me of that feeling that when you have like people listening to a song of yours, it's a little bit similar.
very few people know this, so I'll DM you more about it after we talk. But I'm actually working on a rap song right now.
Really,
Yeah, maybe I could have you give me some pointers with it.
sure. But I have a very, very different taste than you, I think, because I saw
It's
you
fine.
say in the stream that that you were, I think, angry that somebody said that you could be a Drake fan, and I'm actually a big Drake fan. I
Yeah,
really
I don't
like
like Drake.
Drake a lot.
I'm a big Joyner Lucas fan. Like that's my style. Do you know
Yeah,
Joyner?
that's like I knew it. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's like not my type of rap at all. Like I'm really into the like trap music.
I like trap. I love trap beats.
Yeah,
I hate trap rap.
yeah, I love it. I'm into it since like 2011, 2012. I really like the whole Dirty South thing. It's really, really good.
Can you at least acknowledge that like Joyner has bars as fuck, even if you don't like him?
Not really.
Oh my
No,
god.
no, no. I can't because like it's for me. It's like I'm a pretty logical, mathematical guy in real life, and to me like mathematics and logic have like nothing to do. Like I don't want to see it in rap music. Like I don't want to see
Oh,
this
okay.
this like, oh, I have bars and it's like because I have written it like this and that's the rhyme to this and I don't want to like that was like my
You want to shut
yeah.
your that part of your brain off, huh? For it?
Yeah, I feel like that in the moment you do that, it's not art anymore. Like that's like the whole art part just goes out the window the moment you talk about your own
Wow.
music like that, or you think about your own music that way. Like I don't think the best artist is the one that makes the best photorealistic, that is has the best hand skills in like drawing like a photo.
You're not
Like
you're
that's
not as
not the best.
interested in who's the best mechanically at rapping. Okay. Yeah,
exactly,
I like that a
exactly.
lot. He did a freestyle where he did it
Yeah,
and then he did it backwards and it was still
yeah. That's like to me.
I'm
That's
so
like, come
impressed
on,
by
no,
that.
no, no. I'm like, no, no, don't do that. Like, don't like pretend that is art. Like, that's not. That's like, I don't feel like that's not. I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well fair
uh,
enough. Do you want to
but I
recap?
like,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, finish the thing on rap by all means.
Yeah, but it's not that I don't appreciate like mechanics as well, as long as it's not the center of attention, as long as not the focus of attention. For example, I really like Busta Rhymes like going crazy, or like the old Eminem songs where he's like going crazy, doing crazy stuff. But as long as it's not like the main part, main thing in the piece of
Sh-
art in the music.
Sure. So it's like
Yeah.
Rap God yes, Godzilla no for Eminem.
Both no, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, let's recap. Yeah.
So,
One thing I have to complain about, just quickly, I have to complain about it's. I saw you talk about it in a stream, I think a few days ago or something, or a week ago, I don't know. And it sounded like I was running away from the conversation, but I wasn't. So, yeah, yeah. Just so.
the way that I hope that I described it because this is what I just said to one of my family members when I said what was going on. I said that
Mhm.
we had to table it
Yeah.
because we got to a point to like it was just something that you hadn't considered before, and I was just like I don't want to. I'm not really interested in having a debate with somebody where they're at a point where they haven't considered it.
Hmm.
That's not the same as like winning a debate, you know?
Yeah. I haven't rewatched actually after I have rewatched the debate, but like right after we had the debate, I think. Pretty sure.
Hmm.
But as far as I can remember, I asked you at the beginning,
Yeah.
why is it wrong to eat meat,
Hmm.
right? And I think your first answer was, it's obvious. It's your, like, when you give a child a strawberry and a rabbit, the child's gonna eat the rabbit, the strawberry.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that I said that I think that there is something that we inherently understand as people that we're doing something wrong when we do this.
Yeah.
Is the
Yeah.
same way that we understand that it's wrong to like hurt another human being. But the main reason why that it is wrong, and if I've said otherwise, then I've misspoken. The reason why it is immoral to consume animals is that it is an unnecessary suffering imposed upon sentient beings, which this part's redundant. That just doesn't have to happen. It is we're trading the suffering of sentient beings for fleeting pleasure, and it is wholly unnecessary. And
Hmm.
then
Do you?
so that's the main reason, but it's also bad for
Mhm.
people if you only care about humans. It's also the animal agriculture industry is terrible for human beings as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I would really like to like take out a few things, like just throw them away, maybe for another conversation, or maybe just like, so we don't. I don't think we should muddy the water with like a few things. So first of all, I would really like to exclude all the externalities of eating meat. So I'm not going to talk about meat only having certain kinds of proteins.
Oh sure.
And you are not going to talk about the health, so all of the
Oh
externalities, because those could basically be mitigated, right? So we're not, that's not really
yeah
interesting
yeah.
to us.
That's
Like,
not what I mean when I say it's bad for people. I mean like the
yeah,
pollution
yeah, yeah.
aspect, the landmass aspect, the kinds of conditions that people that are in the animal industry are put under. And I would say that they are not separate.
Sure,
It's inherent.
sure, but we could mitigate for those, right? Like we could
Um,
remove those, and you would still be against it, right?
Sure, I would say that I would be, yeah. But if people, if
Yeah,
so, this will come up if you end up on the side that like I only care about human suffering. Because when I debate veganism, it's more about I think that you think that it's wrong, too.
Yeah, but me convincing you on those points is not going to change anything about our disagreement, right?
It just depends on where we end up disagreeing. So I
No,
have
I
I
mean I
have the
can
thing
just
that
ask
bothers me the
you.
most. But I would also say that I think that based on your own moral positions, that you would also think that it is wrong. That if even if
But
you're not on
what?
my side, that I can still show you how animal the consumption of animals and animal products would violate your own moral system.
But it would. Uh, it's not about that. Like that's not our
I say
disagreement. We would still disagree
my
on.
conditions are satisfied much lower than most people's are, but I still
That
think that
doesn't.
there's no way to consume animals where you won't violate your own moral.
I mean, we could always. I could always have a magic wand and say, okay, what if that's not the case? And you would still disagree.
Yeah, my threshold is lower. Yeah.
Yeah, but so then it doesn't make any sense for you to bring up that argument and for me to fight that argument. I mean, you are saying that eating animals is really bad for humanity. For example, it causes trauma with human beings for slaughtering animals, okay?
Yeah.
And then I say, okay, why don't we put like VR glasses on people while slaughtering animals so they think that they're picking flowers from a beautiful landscape? But and that would not change
So
anything
right,
with our
this
disagreement. So
isn't
it's
the
just a
reason why I
waste of
can't do
time.
it, but I'm saying that there are reasons why it's wrong for you as well.
Yeah, but I could just work on mitigating those things, right? I would not have to stop eating meat.
Well, I would say that you shouldn't be eating meat until those things are mitigated then.
I mean, yeah, if we sure, but we would still then have a disagreement, right?
So it's for me, it's kind of like
Once I have
saying,
mitigated all of those, like that's not the problem. Like that's not our problem. That's not our disagreement. Like our disagreement is not about the negative externalities of it. It's about how is it justified to do it, all things, like all of these, even if we remove all of these things, like even if I would grant to you that it's really bad for the environment, it's really like it's not healthy, and like all of these things, even if I would grant you all of those things,
yeah,
like I can just grant you those, right?
mm-hmm.
I would still say it's morally permissible to eat it without those things, and you would still disagree,
Sure. So
right?
what I'm explaining is that usually when I debate veganism, I debate it from a position that you think that it's wrong, and you're sort of like hiding it under your own like mental baggage.
Wait, what? That I think that veganism is wrong?
No, that you think eating animals is wrong. Sorry, that you think that animal
E-
consumption is wrong, but you're sort of hiding it under like cognitive dissonance. However,
Really? Okay, okay.
yeah. That's usually how I try to reach out
Mhm.
to people because it's much more empathetic. It's easier to show somebody that you don't necessarily
You're
have to.
gaslighting
You don't
people.
have to be touched by the same reasons that I am. I guarantee you, there's reasons that you think that this is morally abhorrent that you have to sort of like push down and pack away in order to keep doing what you're doing. And
I
so,
mean,
like you
if we
said,
just
if we get rid of the externalities, like if you were had chronic pain, but there's this button that you press, and every time you press it, you get 24 hours of pain relief. I would say, like, God damn, that seems like a pretty good thing. It's hard for me to argue that you shouldn't do that, but then it turns out every time you do it, like 5 people get raped. I'm like, well, hang on, and you're like, yeah, but what if we just made it so people don't get raped when I push the button? I'm like, sure, but like that has to happen before I tell you you can keep pushing that button, buddy. Like as it stands, like you keep pushing
yeah,
that button and
but
you
what
still
if
keep doing the
but in that
thing.
yeah, but in that example,
Yeah.
we are not in agreement about me pushing that button, having pleasure. Like if in the case that not 5 people get raped,
Yeah.
there would be no disagreement. But in our
Correct.
case, even there would not be 5 people getting raped, we would still have a disagreement. So why not just directly talk about that? And because all of the negative externalities, they can just be like
Yeah.
that's basically an engineering problem. That's
Right.
not a moral problem.
So where you and I are at here is that I'm saying that I am philosophically opposed to eating animals. Like my morals say that I can't based on a philosophical end, but even if that part was gone, I would say that the reality of the situation would make it wrong for me and would also still make it wrong for you, and that we haven't worked out the mechanics to where this is permissible.
Sure,
Um,
sure.
And so
Sure, but
I think that if we
sure.
remove all the externalities on most things are then permissible. If we could just magic wand to make sure that everything that we do that is bad isn't bad anymore because of the
No,
implications of our actions, then it would be okay.
no, 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 no. It's not the same thing about killing people, right? So we have a moral, like there is a, we're both on morally on the same page that it's not okay to kill people, just without any other context, right? Like all the externalities removed, we are against killing people, right? And we're both
In
on the
most
same page.
situations, yeah, I would say it's wrong to kill a person.
I mean, that's what without all the externalities means, right? So
Sure.
not in most situations, but always. Like you would always just be against people getting killed if we remove all the externalities,
I think
correct?
so. I think so.
I mean, yeah. Or do you
I think
you
that
can't imagine a situation because we have removed all the externalities, right?
well, yeah, it takes it out of it being an actual situation. It's just sort of like a
Exactly.
right. But I would say like
Exactly. And
when a
there we are in
situation
agreement.
actually arises, where like there are some situations where you and I would both agree that it would be permissible to kill a person.
Yeah, but we especially
But as
say,
a
okay,
general rule of thumb, don't
we
kill
just
people.
remove we just remove everything. We say, is it okay for me to kill and eat a human being for my pleasure of eating?
Yeah,
And
we
we
both
would
say
say
no.
no.
Yep.
And but for meat, I'm gonna say yes, and you're gonna say no, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's why we have to remove all externalities, so we can talk about that. Like
Right.
that's talk worthy, right?
Yeah.
So
So then I would ask you, do you have compassion for animals in a general situation?
wait. We have to go back to the first initial question, which
Yeah.
is why is it wrong for me to kill animals outside? And you have to answer that question because everything's permissible, right? Before,
I would say
like,
it is
yeah,
immoral to
until you prove otherwise,
yeah,
everything's
it's
permissible. So you now have to tell me why it's wrong to eat animals for food, to kill animals for food without using any negative externalities.
I would say that it is always wrong to inflict suffering onto sentient beings that is unnecessary for
Hmm.
for your own personal pleasure.
Hmm.
And
So
so
what do you consider?
for the same reason I wouldn't kill and eat a human is the same reason I wouldn't kill and eat a cow.
Okay, so it's the reason is that eating, killing for food is unnecessary, right? That's what your
Yes.
claim is.
Yeah, so I actually
Yes.
had to have a
So,
period where I did have to eat animal products in the last few months.
hmm.
I simply couldn't
Hmm.
afford to have separate food for my family in me. And
Hmm.
like $9 would feed all of us for like over half the day. I didn't have a choice.
Hmm.
I still consider myself vegan because this was a necessary choice. It fucking sucked.
Hmm.
And I really had to like
Hmm.
shut off part of my brain to do it. And I was very unhappy
Hmm.
during that period. But I'm
Hmm.
still a vegan because of it.
All right, but yeah, we can also. So then the question is how the only way we can meaningfully disentangle what you're saying, like the rule basically you're basically saying it is you're establishing a rule and you're saying the moral rule is don't kill unnecessarily, right?
Yeah.
And I agree. Like I completely agree. The thing we don't agree about is what necessary means in that case.
Okay,
So the
then
first
explain to me
thing,
why it is necessary to eat animals.
yeah, it is necessary to kill. It's not as necessary to kill animals, but it's necessary to kill always to take the
Always?
life of another human being, of another human being, of another living being. Yeah,
Um, sure, there's going to be some extent to where things will die. Because I'm alive, some things will die.
yeah.
This is a
So
fact of the world.
yes. So that's why that's like the first disagreement I have. The second
Wait, I
disagreement
agree.
I have, yeah.
Because it's the
And to
unnecessary
me,
part that I care about.
yeah. So it's not. We can't say it's unnecessary. It is necessary to kill something
No, no,
to
no. I'm
survive.
saying that it is wrong to do it when it is unnecessary.
Yeah, but you're assuming I oh wait. I asked you why is it morally wrong for me to kill and eat animals, and you say because it is wrong to unnecessarily kill
Sentient
living
beings.
beings
Yeah.
and sentient beings, and then that implies that killing animals is not necessary, right? I mean,
That
you
no, that
answer
it, no, no, no,
because
no.
you're answering that question.
Wait, yeah,
That
there's a
implies that you
misunderstanding
say
here.
that killing animals is
There is a necessary killing and then there is an unnecessary killing. I'm saying we should never choose the unnecessary killing. We should accept that there is some necessary amount of killing that has to happen because without it, things just can't work. Like you
Can
can't
we
farm.
rewind?
Yeah, sure.
Why is it wrong for me to kill and eat? I had steak tonight,
Yeah,
so why was that wrong for me to
be-
do so?
because you could have chosen otherwise, and you would be fine.
Otherwise, in a sense of
You could have chosen to
I
eaten
could have
something that wasn't a sentient being.
a sentient being. Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay, so for example, a plant, right?
yeah, and if you had done
And
that, the amount of suffering, like the torture and murder of that animal, that suffering would not have had to occur.
okay, and now that's yeah, it comes back to it's to you, me eating meat was an unnecessary killing.
Yeah.
But I disagree in two ways. I disagree. The first way I disagree is that I would have had to kill something else, maybe not an animal, maybe not a sentient, like you call it. Now we have to get into what sentient means.
Yes.
Uh, but we will also. But I disagree on two sides. The first thing I disagree with is that it would have made it better if I eat plants. That's the first disagreement I have. And the second disagreement I have is that I think that uh, just my pleasure makes it not unnecessary. So the necessity comes from I have my threshold, my own threshold. I say, okay, me enjoying meat is worth me killing that animal. That's the way. That's my threshold, and I would say that your thresholds in other areas, not regarding food, but maybe other areas, is at least as cruel as saying that. For
Um.
example, you getting into a train, you walking around killing ants just because you want to go out. I mean, like there's so many things that you could do to spare life and also sentient life, not only like windmills that kill birds and like so many. There's so many animals are being killed for you for your sake. Um, that you just justify also with just minor pleasures. And I think that's totally normal.
It.
So
I
I,
don't
I
justify
don't
with.
see that.
I don't. I think that you're incorrect. Is that the life that
Okay.
is necessarily lost?
So which one? Wait, which one should we talk about first? So you understood my maybe you can
Yeah, I
you
did.
understood
So
my both contentions, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the first one,
Which one?
I'll
Yeah.
argue. I'll argue against the first one by saying that your threshold is a bad argument because I don't think that you or anybody else would agree that let's say I if I decide to get a dog just so that I can have sex with it because I my threshold for being able to have sex because I let's say I can't get a girlfriend and I can't do it with my hand. If I try to do it with my hand, I can't get it up and I'm super frustrated all the time. So I was gonna get a dog to have sex with it and I'm gonna abuse the shit out of this dog every day until it dies. This would not be an acceptable argument to you, correct?
Wait, what's the question? The question is my
This
contention. Wait, this has nothing to do with my first
your
argument.
threshold for your
My first
pleasure.
argument. No, no, wait. My first argument was a different one. My first argument was I believe that if I don't kill an animal, I will kill another living being, and killing another living being for food is just as bad as killing an animal for food.
Oh, so wait, when you say
That was
living
my
beings,
first
so you're saying
argument.
that killing a sentient being is just as bad as killing a non-sentient being? A
I don't.
non-sentient organism, I should say.
I think that every living being is sentient.
Okay, then we have to go through this because this is where we got stuck last time.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. Yeah,
sentience and
totally.
life are clearly separate, and I've demonstrated this to you last time by saying we're basically on the cusp of AGI here. Like nobody would be surprised if tomorrow when they woke up they saw that OpenAI has
Wait,
a
first we have to understand what you mean when you say sentient. Because as far as that was the thing that I really wanted to look at, because you were basically referring to science when you said sentient. And when we say sentience, basically the important part for us is none of the, like, we can talk about intelligence, we can talk about this stuff, but the most important thing for you, I think, is the problem you have with killing sentient beings is not they being able to think, that, but the problem you have is that they are able to feel pain, right?
capacity for suffering, and I think that
Capacity for suffering, yeah.
pain without the ability to understand it is
Yeah.
kind of moot. Like I'm not necessarily opposed to people eating oysters. Oysters could in theory feel pain or be what's the word, they could be like inconvenienced in some way, they could be like stopped from like doing what oysters do. However, they don't have a central nervous system and they don't have a brain, so
Wait,
they're
would you be okay with me? Let's say we have a person that doesn't feel their legs,
yeah.
and I am basically earning money uh, by pretending to torture him with something without actually damaging his body, and other people, like, basically I am doing something to his legs, but he's not able to feel the pain. So what
That
difference would it make? Like, that
so,
would not make any difference, right?
well, if they're so
As
the
long as I'm
question
not
would
doing
be,
damage to his legs.
so the question is, are they suffering from it? As long as they're
Yeah,
not
that's what
dealing
I
with,
mean.
yeah. So the
Yeah,
only
so thinking is not important.
probably I would probably be okay with that. The only things that I could imagine me having an issue with is that like if this causes like people to like replicate it because they don't understand or
No, it
some stupid
doesn't.
shit like
Let's
that.
say it doesn't.
Yeah.
Let's
That's
say
what
it
I'm saying.
doesn't.
I'm saying like
Yeah.
if everything is as good and pure as you say there, then yeah, I don't care about that because they're not suffering.
Yeah, so you don't care about thoughts. You don't care about
No.
the
I care about
capacity
the
to
thought.
think about the suffering. You just care about the suffering. The suffering is
No.
enough for
Wait.
you to be bothered by
That's
it,
not a
right?
disqualifier. This person is not suffering though. They
Yeah.
can't feel. So I do care about the capacity for suffering and the ability to understand the suffering. The example you gave isn't of somebody suffering. You gave intelligence with no suffering. That doesn't mean that I care about suffering with the ability to understand it.
You wouldn't care if what does it mean, like, to suffer without understanding? Like, there's nothing to understand about suffering. Like, you
Yes,
just suffer. That's like what do you have to understand about suffering?
sure.
That is an
So
experience.
correct. I agree, and I think there has to be an ability to interpret stimuli um, in order to
That is
suffer.
suffering.
Correct. Yeah. So something like
Okay,
grass, I don't
so
think grass suffers.
okay, no, wait. Before we go there, we care about when we talk about the moral question about what to kill. Like, you make the distinction of sentience, but we can just reduce this to suffering, a capacity to suffer, right? Because
Sure.
I looked up the term, because like that was one of the things that really wanted to look at the last time. You were basically all the time referring to a scientific form of suffering, and like, you were alluding to the idea that science is telling us that there is sentience. Sorry, not suffering. Um, and I looked up the term, and basically it's like a not a pretty vague term, but the most. So I really want to get away from sentience because it's a really abstract and difficult to grasp term, and go reduce it to what's really important in that case, which would be a capacity to suffer. And I think we've agreed that that's the important aspect of sentience that you care about, right?
Um,
Also, in our last
so
debate,
let
there
me
was
put it this
like
way.
the
For right now,
yeah.
I'll say yes. If something changes here in the how you're constructing it, then I may have to revert. So for how it's being explained right now, I am okay with agreeing with this. If we end up adding things to it, I may object to this frame shifting. Is that
Okay, I
fair?
grant you this. That's not really, but I'll, I'll say yes. But if something changes in the
No.
future,
So
I'll
here's the thing: is
revert
saying
saying my agreement to
I'm
that
agreeing
being
with you in
fair.
I'm agreeing with you in good faith and thinking that we're both on the same page with what we're talking about. If it turns out that you have a different thing in mind than what I think you're talking about right now, then just I'm not going to hold true to just exactly the wording here. If I
Yeah,
go,
and
okay,
if
I
you
guess
ask
if this
me,
was a little bit different than what I thought you were saying, if it turns out that I think what you're saying is different than it is right now, then I may have to go back. We might have to redefine this a bit.
but that's totally normal. That will be like the case always, right?
Yeah, that's all I'm
Like that will
saying.
always be the case. That would just be a simple
But I've watched
misunderstanding.
I've watched you debate, and sometimes you'd be like, you can change your mind here, but sometimes you're like, no, you said this, this, and this, so I just don't want to be held to
But you can
verbiage.
change your mind, and you can, yeah,
Yeah.
you can. I mean, it's a
I'm
really
just
simple
I'm
thing.
just
Like,
not agreeing to verbiage. I'm agreeing to the idea that I think we're both agreeing on. That's it. So I'm saying yes, just with that asterisk to cover my ass
I can tell.
in case things get a little goofy.
Okay, so we just care about suffering. That's like the important thing that you care about.
Yeah.
So it is wrong to kill uh, living beings that are able to suffer. So we can
If it's unnecessary.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but we are now like but you see, I had two contentions with the one was
Yep.
about the unnecessary part,
Yep.
like the idea that there is a equivalence that we can put there, and the
Yep.
other one was about the we could mitigate it with another living being. And now we're talking about the this one. Like we're talking about we could mitigate this harm done to the world by using something else other than an animal, something that is not able to suffer.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what
And
vegans
there,
do.
ex- exactly, yeah. I'm just
Okay.
because you were smuggling in, or not smuggling in, but you were basically saying unnecessarily. But that's not the important part now. We're just talking about is it is it possible? Like, is it better to kill something that is not able to suffer rather than something that is able to suffer?
Of course.
Yeah, and I agree, but I'm just saying that now I'm disagreeing with. So and the only thing I'm trying to do right now is to remove the whole conversation, move away from unnecessary because that's the second part of my disagreement. And now we're just talking about are animals the only living beings that are able to suffer from pain, and that's where I would disagree.
Ooh, ooh.
So
So wait, when you say pain, are you
yeah,
talking about physical pain only?
what other pain is there? I
Mental
mean,
slash
that's
emotional? I care about that too.
yeah, that's the question. Like that's the question that you. Okay, sorry. That's the question. I mean, the way you would categorize that. Now we have to find out how you find out uh, that an animal is having pain and that a plant is not. So what are you like? You're basically alluding to science. Like basically you're saying, okay, it's a scientific thing, right?
So you
So
know what?
you're so now
No,
yeah,
I'm not even gonna make it on the scientific. All I have to do, because I think that you're a good faith guy.
yeah,
If you step on a dog's paw, have you ever stepped on a dog's paw before?
yeah.
Does it react the same way
Unfortunately,
that
yeah.
a person who is small would react if you stepped on their foot?
Uh, I mean, in some ways, yes, in other ways, no.
It, it's it's really similar. It is
In
you would
some ways,
immediately
it's really
intuitively.
similar. In some ways, it's really different.
So if I step on a kid's foot, they're usually gonna make a loud sound. They're gonna scream or say something to let me know that I'm hurting them, and they're going to try to move it away.
Yeah,
When I step on a dog's paw, they usually yelp and they move their paw away. Either of these might try
yeah.
to hurt me back right away. My understanding of what a pain response is it is when I step on a dog's paw and when I step on a kid's foot, they are just as similar, I would say, as if I step on one kid's foot to another kid's foot. I would say that they are the criteria lines up enough to where I would say the same thing is happening here. And while it's
Okay,
entirely
so
possible that something that I can't understand is happening, I would never use this as a metric to go, well, since it's kind of gray and I can't 100% know, I guess it's okay for them to suffer. That seems
mhm,
like that this seems like
mhm,
a bad it just seems like a cop out to me.
mhm. So yeah, there's basically two ways of approaching this, in my opinion. It's like the one way would be like to find out if something is feeling pain or not. One way would be like to say, and I think actually you've changed your position here a little bit. If I remember correctly, I can be wrong. It's been a long time since I've watched our debate.
Sure.
But if I'm correct, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, let's forget about that. It's just two basically there's two ways to say that if something has pain or not. Like one way would be to say, okay, I'm looking at the reaction that uh in a comparative situation, a human being, how close it is it to the reaction. I mean, basically, you only know you only have empiric cases of pain when you have it yourself, right? Like that's the
Correct.
only like only then you really have a empirically
Yeah.
valid
I think you feel pain
uh
because you act the way that I do when I feel pain.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the closer this reaction is to your own reaction, the more you
The
would
more
say
certain
that
I would
there's
be.
pain, right? Yeah,
Although
but there would be
people
also
can have
that that's
different
not
reactions too. Some people can cope with it better, some not. Like I have chronic pain and I'm not like screaming about it
sure.
all the time. So but I'm appealing to just our observational intuition that we would use with how we would normally engage with the world prior to getting into like a scientific version of it.
Sure. But the thing is that there is also a different one, which is a little bit like the scientific. Like there's a this is okay. This is a form of assessing if something has pain or not.
Mhm.
But then there is also the scientific. Like there is another way, like where you look at the hardware,
Yeah.
basically. Like you say, okay, there's these neurons and there is these like nerve cells and like X,
Yes.
Y, and Z, and basically like that's also like in some way it's very similar since it's also just comparing the human hardware to and looking for that human hardware in like basically it's looking for signals of communication that are happening. And in both of these senses, animals by far, like in both of these definitions, doesn't matter which one we use, animals are by far not the only living beings that have this capacity to feel pain by both of these definitions. I mean,
No.
you can
I think that
wait, like,
if a human didn't have a brain, we wouldn't say that they had capacity for suffering. Like I would say a brain
but
and a central
both of
nervous
these,
system are the prerequisites here.
but if we just compare the physical reaction, like the way that human would act
Hmm.
when their leg is being torn out to
Yeah.
the reaction that a fly is showing when their leg is being torn out, it's really similar.
Yeah.
Like it's really, really
I
similar.
would say you're probably hurting
There is
both of
no,
those things. Yeah.
yeah,
I don't need science
for
to
one,
tell
you
me
don't,
this.
yeah, but there is no, like, you don't have the same care for flies than you have for cows.
So yeah, this is really important here. I also don't kill bugs. I don't squash spiders either.
Wait, but you drive cars, right?
Sure, I don't do these things
Why?
unnecessarily. Okay, look,
Wait, do you never drive unnecessarily? Like
I
if you would
just
have a nice car and you just want to test out your new nice car, you wouldn't drive it around because you're scared of killing flies? Are you really telling me that?
no. What I'm saying is that
Why not?
if I go out and drive, I may accidentally run over a squirrel. I will never choose to move to the other side of the road to hit that squirrel.
Yeah, but basically you know that if you take your car for a drive on a highway,
Mhm.
you're at least gonna kill one fly.
I would say that it
At
is
least. I mean,
necessary
look
for
at
me
your
to.
windshield.
It is necessary for me to go
No, let's
places
say
in
it's
my
not
car.
necessary. You no, you let's say it's not necessary. You have a really nice new car and you want to take it for a drive.
I
You
don't.
can't tell me that you wouldn't do it.
I would say I would still argue that it is necessary to take my new car for a drive. Yeah,
What's necessary about it?
learning
Let's
the
say it's
car.
not necessary. Let's say it's not necessary. Let's say you just do it for pleasure, and you really
I
want to
don't.
go now, and you just want to do it for pleasure.
Oh, I don't.
Drazi,
I
are you telling me that you don't engage in unnecessary, like just pleasure behavior that is going to kill insects? Are you sure?
Look, I'm trying to answer your question honestly when you ask that,
Yeah.
but it does detract from the point. Like if you ask me a
No.
question, I will autistically answer honestly. Like
Yeah, I'll tell you what
I
the
don't ever
point is.
drive because I want to. Like I just want to go and drive. But if I had a new
Okay,
car,
you
I'd have
don't
to
see
learn
the
the brakes
point?
and stuff. I do see the
Okay, you
point.
don't
I'm
see
just
the
saying that
point?
like no, I do. I'm just saying like when you ask me a question, you'll have to wait for me to get there because I'm going to answer you just honestly first,
Okay.
and then I can come back to get
All
to the
right.
thing that you're trying to get to.
Okay.
Okay. Now, part of the thing that we're talking about here is that when we talk about necessary, is there something that can be substituted that is going to be less harmful? Just about every single thing that we do will cause some amount of suffering and death, like just by virtue of using a computer, by me purchasing medicine. I
You're not
understand that
answering
some
my
things.
question.
I'm trying
It's
to.
it's a simple yes or no question.
Well, I answered the yes or no, but it doesn't get to the heart of
What?
what you're asking.
What? No, you didn't. You didn't. So
Then
why
maybe
is
ask me
it?
again.
Why why is it that
Mhm.
you're it was a why question, and then you basically I had to ask you if you would do something in a certain situation. But what I'm getting to is why is it that in certain situations you're completely fine with killing flies just for your pleasure, and in the other situation you're not ready to kill animals for your pleasure, even though they're both showing the same reaction. Like, even though they're both obviously, you've admitted to this, that they both obviously show very, very heavy reaction to pain.
Okay, so what we're talking about here is not that I'm agreeing to go out and kill these things. What I'm agreeing to is I'm agreeing to the risk assessment. Correct?
No, you look at your windshield after you've been driving around in the highway, like every time.
No, not every time, but there is a risk assessment. We would say there's a
You
high
are
risk.
wait. Are you okay with like there's so many things like there's
Like
so
wait,
many
wait. This is
uh,
this is what it actually is though. That you are having a risk assessment before you go out and say that there's a high likelihood that I'm going to kill some bugs when I go out, right? This is what's actually happening. Before you leave, you haven't killed anything. You're making a risk
You
assessment, correct?
don't, you don't even do that. You just go out. That already shows that there is a
There,
huge discrepancy. There's
wait.
a huge discrepancy in the value you put into the life of the insect versus the life of the animal. And I'm asking you why
Hang on,
that's
hang
the
on, hang on,
case.
hang
And
on.
you act as if wait, you
I
act
need you
as
to let
if
me. I need you to
there
let
is
me
no
finish the
difference.
thing. I need you to let me to
Okay,
finish the thing.
sure.
When I go out, there is a risk assessment about whether it happens consciously or subconsciously. I am aware. There is an awareness that when I go out, that there is some number of bugs that'll probably die because of my journey. There's also an assessment that there are some number of like bigger, more intelligent animals that I could kill by doing this as well. I could run over a person. I could end up killing myself. These are all things that I'm considering when I'm going out, and I'm making this decision to do that. Correct? Same
That
as
doesn't
you.
have anything to do. Yeah, but it doesn't
Wait,
have
wait.
anything to do with our problem.
You
Sure,
just
yeah,
let,
I agree.
all right.
Sure, I agree.
Even if I'm way off here, just help me out, and then you can explain to
Sure,
me so
yeah.
you can help me get to where you're at.
So there, wait, I don't agree. There is no risk assessment. You just go out. I mean,
This
yeah, there is a risk assessment for your own life, yeah, and for the lives you care about, like other people, but
there
not for
is an under
flies and
right.
bugs.
What I'm saying is that there's an understanding that when I go out and drive, I'll probably end up killing some bugs that I'm not even aware of. There might be some that I'm going to kill, some that I am aware of. I might run over a dog. I might run over a person. I might get into an accident and die, right? And when I
I
go
think there is
out,
a difference
yeah, there
between
is a difference.
might and 100%. Like it's part of driving. Like just
Sure,
like eating meat is part of like for now, eating meat is part of killing animals is part of eating meat. For now, driving is
I would say that
killing
driving is
insects.
a necessary activity for most
Not
humans to
always.
engage in.
Not
Sure,
always.
eating isn't
What
always
about the
necessary. You don't
cases where
always
it's
have to be
not?
eating.
Yeah, and so that's why we talk about the cases where it's not. That's why it wouldn't make any sense if I tell you, yeah, but I always have to eat. There is cases where I have to eat. No, we talk about the ones where it's just about pleasure, right? That
I
was
would
the
say
interesting one.
the choice in what you're eating is about is the issue here, though. You do have to eat, and when you do eat, you can choose to do the thing that's better than the thing that's bad for me. When you're driving, I'd say that people have to go out and drive. I would say that no
Are
matter
there
what,
cases?
so no matter what, there is a threshold for everybody to where you have to accept that you're going to do harm that you would probably not like to do in order to have a like a somewhat normal life, and we all concede that. And I would say that with how nice our life is, knowing that if we go out for a drive, that we're going to kill some insects and things like this, that when we are using our computers, that we're going to be polluting the environment. There's all these things that we do throughout our natural life that are going to cause harm, and that we all pretty much just do accept because this is the life that we have. And for pretty much everybody, it is too big of a burden to take on these things that we really don't have a way to figure out around without essentially ruining our lives. I agree.
Trust me.
However,
I am.
this
Yeah.
is this is me accepting the premise that yes, we do kill things. I'm sure that there are people that die over the course of my life. Things that I do,
You wouldn't.
things that I
You would
purchase.
not drive this car if you knew that a person was going to die. You would not drive a car. Do you wait? We
Wait.
have to agree on this point. You do you? I am eating a steak for pleasure. Okay.
Yeah.
So I am okay with a living being, an animal in this case, dying, suffering for my pleasure. And I am saying that I know that you are also engaging, like doing things for pleasure, and you would still do them even if you know that a
Do I
living
have an
being is going to die.
alternative?
And one case of the I don't have an alternative for having the nice, beautiful feeling of eating cow meat. Like it's just like
Yeah, you
it's
do.
just like you
Dog, you
wait.
can't tell me
That's
I
not
do
what it's
it.
about. That's not important. Like that's not
Or
important.
I'm addressing what you said. Maybe there's an underlying meaning there, but I'm addressing
I
what
have
you
an
said.
alternative.
Yeah, dude.
I have an alternative. What's the alternative?
Beyond Burgers. Beyond Steak. Oh, dude.
They don't
Stir
taste the
fry.
same. I don't think that they
Wait,
taste the
okay,
same.
so here's the thing.
And also, I think that they're really unhealthy.
Okay, so here's the thing. Well, that's I would say that eating cows is very unhealthy. Like if you look at the amount of cholesterol
No, no.
and cancers
My
in
experience.
vegans
No,
and
no, 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 no,
non-vegans.
no, no, no. No, I don't want to go into that.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just that
don't bring up health.
No, 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 no. Wait. It's about my experience, right? It's about my experience. And my experience of eating a Beyond Burger is not the same as eating a steak.
Wait, okay, that's fine. But
It's
you
not the
can't
same.
then you can't
You
bring
can say
health
that
into it.
that's
If you
not-
don't want me to go into health, you can't say that then I think the thing you're
No,
suggesting
no,
is
it's
unhealthy.
not the same. It's not the same because okay, let's agree to disagree on this point. But the thing is, let's say that I don't have a man. Come on, like you're really not engaging in this example because you are doing.
I'm saying
stuff.
that there are
Do you disagree
alternatives.
with that? Wait, do you disagree with that? That you are like even if you have alternatives, that you
Choosing something
engage in-
different is different? Is that what you're saying? Saying if I eat something different, then it'll be different? I agree with that. That's all you're really
really
saying.
good. You're really excellent, Trust. You're really very, very good.
Yeah, give me
Okay.
the real criticism here. Don't say I'm really good. Say what you actually mean.
Yeah,
If you have a
this is
criticism, give me the criticism.
derailing no, you know the criticism. The criticism is derailing the conversation. Like, you know that this is I am doing something. I am okay with killing
Yeah,
a living
I'm
being.
telling you the honest.
Wait. You have to let me finish.
Okay, sure.
You
Sorry.
are, you are. I am okay with killing a living being for pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
You are okay with killing a living being for pleasure in many cases. And now you can, like, that's what I say, okay? And now you can disagree with this. You can say, no, I never kill a living being for pleasure. Because if I, so, and then you can defend yourself. You can say, I never do that. And I say, this is irrealistic. That's no one would agree. Like that's lunatic.
There's a
to say that.
disagreement in what we mean by necessity here. Then this is where this disagreement really hinges on. It's
Yeah,
what is
the example
necessary.
is really easy. Like the example is really easy. Like I already say for pleasure. There is no. We're not talking about necessity.
I would
No
say
necessity
in
is
order to
involved.
be a human being, that some amount of pleasure is necessary.
It's not about necessity. It's not about
My
necessity.
argument
We
is
talk
about
about the
necessity.
situation. Yeah, but mine isn't, and you have to say how you disagree with my argument here, and you haven't done so until now. When I say, okay, like my example is driving a car, right?
Yep.
And you say, so do you enjoy, like, you get a new car and you want to take it for a drive? That's, you just really want to do that.
Yeah, I
Or you
wasn't trying
don't
to
want to,
dodge.
or just another example, you don't want to, let's say you could drive with a car with 50 miles an hour and you have enough uh, days off, in your life. You can always try to say that it's not necessary, but we're especially talking about a case where it's not about necessity, where you do something for pleasure. Do you disagree that you do stuff for pleasure, not out of necessity, and killing bugs and insects?
Like I just said, you and I have a
Yes or
disagreement
no?
about. I will answer you, but you and I disagree about what necessity means here.
I don't say necessity. I say just for pleasure.
Yes, but I would say
Okay, I
that there's
am
some.
actually saying a necessity. I'm saying
Correct. That's why I'm
yes, I
identifying
am
the
saying
issue
necessity.
between. I'm identifying a key issue between our disagreements here, and the disagreement is about what is necessary. And I would say that for most people, there might be some people who wouldn't find it necessary. However, given that, so take me for example.
What do
I'm
you
born
think
and
about
raised.
necessity?
I'm
Not
trying to explain it. That's why I'm using me as an example, so that way you can understand
We
where
don't
I'm at
have
with
to
it.
agree. Why are you talking about our disagreement if we have a disagreement for necessity? I am just asking about yours. You could have a completely different definition than I have,
Yeah,
but
and
I want to know
I,
yours.
I
Are you
already, I
saying
already agreed with you that I do things for my
no,
own pleasure that causes harm and death to living beings.
unnecessarily, but you also unnecessarily?
Um, I don't think
By
so.
your definition,
Yeah,
by your
no,
definition.
it's not
So you
unnecessary.
never, so you never kill a fly. So you
I wouldn't say
literally
that it's
wouldn't hurt a
like I
fly
said. Like I said, it's this is where
for.
necessary comes into play in our disagreement about what necessary means.
I don't. I'm not. We are not even there
Then
yet.
otherwise,
I'm
I
just
already
trying
agreed
to
and said
figure
yes.
out what
I
you're
don't do
trying to
it when it's
say
unnecessary.
with your words and your definition of necessity. I don't think we have a problem with
Right, well, I've
necessity.
already answered
I
that.
think that's what I mean by distracting, because I
I've
just want to
already
know
answered
if you
that
are
though. Yes, I do. I don't, or no, I don't. I don't do things for pleasure that would kill when it's unnecessary.
a
How?
fly. Hmm.
Correct. You and
So
I
you don't do
disagree about necessary.
anything.
No, I don't
You
swat
you don't do
flies.
anything.
I don't swat flies. I do
No,
swat
no.
mosquitoes when they're on me. I do think that's
Do you ever
necessary.
drive? Do you ever drive
Yeah, I would say that this is
do
a
you ever
necessary
drive?
evil.
Did you ever drive with your car to vacation
Yeah, I'd say that's
and you could have
necessary.
just, yeah, but you, no, why is that necessary?
Why is it necessary?
Yeah,
I think that part of
you could
being
just drive slower. You could just take another. Yeah, you could just
you
drive
can't just
slower.
drive slower. No, you can't. There
Why not?
speed limits you can only go 10 miles under them
You can
before it's
go a
illegal.
different route. You don't have to take the highway. Wait, are you really telling me that there is no way to uh, not kill? You could just decide to spend your vacation at home.
Okay, see,
You don't
here's
have to
all right.
drive somewhere
This is again
different.
this is again we're debating about what necessary means here. So we really need to flesh this out. Otherwise, we're going to keep running into this roadblock.
Now, now we do. Now we do.
Sorry,
Because
maybe
I'm
I was
now
just looking
asking
into the
you.
future here
Yeah, now we do.
before.
Now once you have said yes, once you've said yes, now we talk about necessity. But first you had to say yes or no. And now we can talk about, okay, what do you mean when you say necessity? Do
Sure.
you really think
I
it's
may have been looking
necessary
into the future a bit there,
to
and I apologize.
to drive 100 miles an hour? I don't think so.
No, and I don't. That's
I,
crazy.
right? Like you could just not do that. Like there is so many situations where you could choose not to kill a bug,
Right, and I would say
but you
that
still
when
do just for pleasure.
I already agreed, but I think that there is some amount
You
of
said no. You said no. You
no.
said you
I
don't kill anything unnecessarily. Just for
correct.
pleasure. You don't do that.
Hang on. I don't agree to it being unnecessary. and we need to talk about necessity here so that we can stop running into this roadblock. We're going to keep beating our head into this wall over and over again if we don't talk about what
Okay.
necessity is. I would
So
say that
now we can, because you already said no. You don't.
correct, because if I would
By
say
your
if,
definition.
or at least let me put it this way. Let me put an asterisk on there. If I do, it's wrong and I shouldn't be doing it. Well, because like,
So
look,
you
I'm
do.
not. Wait, so
Do you or do you or you don't?
well, here's the thing. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but if I do those things, then I would condemn myself for doing it and say that's wrong and I shouldn't do it and I should do better in the future.
Okay. And you would stop doing that, right?
I do my best to within my
Why?
within my flawed because I'm a flawed person. I'm not
Yeah,
perfect.
but if I would tell you, Drazi, listen, I know you're going to vacation. If you want to be consistent, you should just stay home. You can't go to vacation because on your way to your destination, you're either taking the train, you're using a plane, or you're using your car. And
Wait, I've
that's
already agreed with that. Wait,
killing.
let's get to necessity because
Would you stop? Would you stop
no,
going to vacation?
because
Why
I would
not?
say that it's necessary.
Why is it necessary?
I think that so wait,
How
can
is
we
driving?
hang on. Let's
How is
stop
that
with
necessary?
let's stop with the example. I don't want to get all wander on when we need to talk about necessity on its own here.
No, wait. You have to answer that. Come on. You can't say that's necessary and then just opt
Because
out of it.
well, I'm saying it's necessary, and you're like saying it's not.
Not
So let's
necessary.
just talk about necessity.
No, yeah, you can. We can talk about it using this example. Why? How would you defend that being necessary?
I think
You
that.
can't.
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah, I want to.
I think that when we talk about what is and is not necessary, when I say necessary, I would say that living a relatively normal human life, having a relatively normal experience within what you expect a human life to be is necessary, and that you shouldn't be impeded by a multitude of
You is
externalities.
normal, right?
Hang on. Multitude of externalities until the point to where it comes up to where if you're in a situation and you can make a choice that is going to have better outcomes, not just for you, but for others around you, then I would say it is necessary to, or that it is correct to make that choice for other things. When it comes to a situation where you have option A and option B, and you still get the relatively same outcome, that you should always choose the one where you are reducing suffering. Because everybody has to
Yeah, then
concede
choose
that
the one where you don't go to vacation.
I would say that
You
the
just
amount
spend your vacation at home. Sorry.
when you start making decisions at this basically you're making the argument that if a vegan isn't a happiness pump, then their whole argument is bullshit, and it's not true.
A what?
A happiness
what?
pump, utilitarian happiness
What's
pump.
that?
Do you know what a
Okay.
utilitarian is?
No, I'm just. Yeah, I know what it is.
So if somebody,
No,
if
but
you said, Drazi, you're utilitarian, how come you haven't walked up into the hospital, blown your head off so they can have all your organs, man? You're not a real utilitarian. That's not a good argument.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that there is a difference. No. I'm just saying that the same difference you make between the bug and the animal, I'm doing between a human being and an animal.
I haven't even gotten to get to that point
That
to why
doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We've just seen that that's the case. You don't care about bugs, and
I
you have
do.
your own rules that apply for animals don't seem to apply for bugs.
Hang on.
And we've just found out about that.
Hang
And
on.
then
Hang on,
I'm
hang on,
asking
hang
you,
on.
why is that the case? And you don't have to be a happiness pump for that. It's just
I-
not consistent.
Hang on. One, I still really want us to talk about what our definitions of necessity are. Two, I have never once claimed that I value the suffering of a fly as much as the suffering of a dog, or that I value the suffering of a dog as much as I value the suffering as a human. There are
Yeah, but you
situations.
said, okay, let me walk you through why we are here.
However-
the reason why we are here is because we've said that pain. You've decided that pain is the reason why
Suffering. I said
it's
suffering.
bad. Let's say suffering is the reason why you have a problem with animals being killed.
Well,
Then
and I
I've
said
asked what
unnecessary suffering.
unnecessary suffering, and then I've asked you how you determine that. You've said by the reaction that they show. We have both agreed that a fly is showing the same reaction as a human being when a leg is being pulled out. So you agree that a fly is feeling pain because you use the outside experience. And then we found out huge discrepancies between how you treat animals' life and a bug's life. And there we already see that you're inconsistent about your morals.
Wait, I treat humans way different than I treat animals too, though.
Yeah, that shows that it's not about suffering and pain. That's not the reason why. That shows that your moral rule is wrong. That it's not, you don't care about that. That's not the problem.
That's not true.
You are just as anthropocentric as I am, but you're not aware of it.
I don't
And
agree with that.
because you are personifying animals, because you're loading humanness into animals. That's why you have a feeling for animals. But the real reason is because you're putting human traits into animals which are not there. And you
I
can't do that
disagree.
with flies. That's why you don't care about flies.
No, I do care about fly. This is the point. If there's a fly in a room, I don't go get I don't go get a fly swatter and swat it. If
Sure.
there's
In
a
the same
if there's
way
a
that I
spider
just
if there's a spider in my bed, I don't squash it. Most people
yeah,
do.
exactly.
So you
Sure. In
can't
the
say that I
same way,
don't care.
in the same way that I don't kick a cow,
Okay, so
right?
okay,
Like
this is the
the
difference between
threshold is
necessity.
that
We
I
have
don't kick a cow, but I slice their throat open and eat them for dinner, right?
all right, hang on. I keep on telling
And
you
you
that we're
don't
running
maybe
into an issue of
squash. Yeah.
I keep telling you we're running into an issue where we're not defining what necessary is, and because of this, you keep on giving me examples that hinge on this issue. I want to know
We
why
can
you're
go
so
there.
adverse
I have a
to.
question.
I think it's super important to do this because we're going to keep on disagreeing and not moving forward until we do. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, me too, because you're not agreeing that there is an inconsistency here. And I think you know that there is an inconsistency here.
There's an inconsistency here if you assume to know what I mean by unnecessary. Sure.
No, your own definition of unnecessary.
You haven't
You
heard
were not
mine.
able.
You have not get
You have
we haven't fleshed it
you were
out.
not able. You were not able to tell me why it's necessary that you go for no matter which definition you use. You can use your own. I don't care about the definition. You were not able to tell me why it's necessary that you have to drive X miles away for vacation.
I would say that if you can afford to go on vacation, that this is something necessary for most people to do.
Why? That's the question.
Why?
Yeah. Yeah, why?
I would say
How is
that.
it necessary?
Do you want me to answer it, Bud?
Yes, yes.
I'm not. I'm not being so aggressive with you. Let's just hear each other out here, buddy.
Yeah, please. No, we have a delay, and sometimes I'm talking the same way. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't know.
Please
I
go
didn't know
ahead.
about the delay. I'm sorry for that.
I think there
So
is a small delay. Yeah.
okay, I'd say that for most people, it's more so if you have a family than if not. But for most people, we do need to get away from our life and be somewhere else. I think that relaxation is necessary. I think that having a goal and seeking pleasure is necessary. Without these things, without these sort of like pleasure inducing goals, that we will deteriorate into a very unhealthy person. In the same way that I think that making a different choice in what you eat, especially now, I'm much more, I wasn't vegan prior to a lot of these foods that are substitutional for meat products because I think that if you had to eat black bean burgers and just like all this like garbage shit that existed 15 years ago, I think that your mental health probably would deteriorate pretty heavily. But now that we have reasonable alternatives to these things, that it is no longer necessary to be like a normal functioning human being to kill and consume animals. I would say that if you had to eat like this dog shit vegan food that existed 15 years ago, it probably wouldn't be something that I could tell most people you should probably do. Because I would deteriorate mentally if I had to eat like gross dog shit food all the time. But like I'm fat, buddy. I weigh like 260 pounds. I eat tasty ass food. I'm not like suffering from my reduction in pleasure because of my dietary choices. I'm way fatter than you. I eat tasty shit. And I think that having food that tastes good is necessary. I think that if you're eating things that are gross, it's going to wear on your mental health and that your life is going to be bad. And I would never say that it is necessary to make yourself miserable at the so that you can make the world like a better place. Barring some extreme hypotheticals, it would never really happen. So I think it's necessary to live a good and fulfilling life. And depending on what cultures that you're in, that might include like being on the internet. It might be sometimes for people like going for a drive might be their only escape, which isn't mine, which is why I'm like, nah, I don't really do that. Although once in a while, I think that it's necessary for me. I'll go for a drive because I have a system in my car. I call it base therapy. Sometimes, in order to relieve stress so I don't lose my goddamn mind, I'll listen to music really loud in my vehicle. Because I got them big subwoofers and stuff, and it really helps. Or even if my wife is like really overstressed, I'm like, let's go for a ride and we'll just play music. So she comes. I would say that these things are necessary. I don't think that making yourself miserable at the expense of, or if you're going to be able to alleviate your misery at the expense of some things having to suffer, this is necessary. It's an unfortunate necessity that we just have to deal with. But when it comes to something like I can choose to eat a ham sandwich or a tofurkey sandwich, where it is similar enough to where it's not, I'm not like, oh, that's fucking gross. Then this is the correct choice to make. I don't need to. So I think one of the things in this calculation that is extremely important is how much pleasure am I getting here versus what is the cost of suffering.
Too many points. That's what
Sure.
I mean. Like that too many things. Okay, we have
But
to. I
can I
really
just?
want to like.
I'm not trying to overload
Yeah.
you, but I want you to understand
Sure.
how I think about this. Did that at least help with that? Now you might want to go through
Kind
things
of.
point by
But I have
point.
to.
But that's
I
my
have to
purpose,
unpack
not
it.
to overload
Yeah,
you.
yeah. I have
Yeah,
to
sure,
unpack it.
please.
I have to unpack it. So you are making the case for it being necessary.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing, right? So you have several options to do that. Like you can either choose a subjective one where you say it is necessary for me because otherwise I feel shit, I feel bad, like I need this pleasure in order to not feel shit, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's one thing you can do. Or you can say like basically, okay, we can scientifically determine that this is really harmful to you, like in an objective, scientific, empiric way, right? Like for everyone. Like one is the subjective experience and one is the objective experience, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I would say that on the objective front, you're not able to win that argument. Like you can't in any way say that it is objectively necessary. And then also the question is like you have some harm, like even if you would I think like that would be the question, I guess. Let's say we find out that there's the not eating meat or eating Beyond Burgers instead of real meat is going to shorten our lifespan by half an hour, like over our whole life. Uh, I think you would probably still eat the Beyond Meat, just to spare the life of animals, and I wouldn't. So what's the threshold there to have the harm, like the harm, the physical harm or the psychological harm done to you that makes it then necessary, right? So
Yeah.
that would be
Okay.
the case.
I have to
And
unpack what
then
you
the
just said.
second, yeah, but I
If
know,
you want to
wait, I'm
continue,
still
all right,
unpacking
hang
what
on.
you're
No,
saying.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm just gonna take a note here.
Sure.
Before you go on, just let me recap this in my head. A half hour extended life by only eating meat and never beyond meat
Y-
is a persuasive factor for you, right?
I
30
think
extra
that it
minutes of
would be
life.
for you. I think it would be for you. Like, I think you would be fine with living half an hour less in order to save animals, right?
Yeah, correct, and that you would not, correct?
Yes, yes. Like, I wouldn't even like, isn't that obvious that I wouldn't? Because I
Well, I
already
mean,
would not if it would make zero change, right? I still eat meat,
sure.
even if it would make zero change. I already agree that I just eat. I'm basically right now arguing from a place of I eat meat even if it's for pleasure because it makes no difference to me if I kill an animal or if I kill any other living being, right? So that's where I'm coming from. So it doesn't to me it doesn't matter if it shortens or increases my lifespan.
Okay, the way you said it made it sound a little bit sketchier than that. Sure, that's fine. That's why I
What
wanted
do
to
you mean
stop
by
you.
sketchy?
It made it sound like to you that like if I was on the fence here, but I found I'd get 30 more minutes of life, like when I'm 80, I could get to live to be 80 in 30 minutes. Well, then the decision's an easy one for me. That's why I just wanted to check with you. You're good.
Okay, so you the question
Yeah, I
was
understand you
when this
now.
question is being posed. Okay. So then the question would be what's the threshold for harm being done to you in order to be okay with uh what's the necessity like when do we say it's necessary?
Yeah.
So
And I
one
would
in
say
a
being able to
million
live.
people that don't go so 1 in a million people that don't go on vacation on a long distance vacation is self-harming. So is that enough for us to say that your vacation is necessary? There is some empirical evidence that there is. So are you now saying that that's why your vacation in a long distance, that's why you had to kill $100 on the way on the highway? Is that your threshold? Is that enough? Or what's the you would have to basically lay out what the threshold there is, right?
Sure. Can I go on vacation without doing this?
Sure, you can. I mean, that's what I said, right? You could also drive like for 3 days instead of 2 days, and instead of 4 hours, and just have like less time on your destination and not kill any bugs. And I don't think you would do that.
Right. I would
I
say that
mean,
this is
listen, it's a really, I think we're wasting our time because at the end of the day, like just with this segment, because at the end of the day, I think you are saying the reason for life being precious is pain, but obviously you
suffering,
make
but
is suffering. Okay, what's the difference between saying? Okay, no,
okay.
let's not get into it. But I mean, let's say suffering. Uh, but then you make a huge difference for two living beings that are both obviously showing signs of sufferance. So we already know that it's inconsistent.
Well,
You would not even ask that question if I would tell you you're gonna for sure kill 5 dogs on your way. Like you would drive slower.
no, if I was for sure gonna kill 5 dogs on the way, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but you are okay with killing 5 bugs. Like
Yep.
you're already making a difference in value
Part of the
between bug's
problem,
life and dog's life. And but the problem is that you see the same amount of suffering in their behavior.
no,
So the only way you
no,
get
no, no,
out
no,
of
no, no.
this
I don't. I
problem is
don't.
by
I
yeah,
don't.
exactly. You can change that. Yeah. But that's the question, how do you determine
I can
that?
determine that they are both suffering, but I think the capacity for suffering in a dog is significantly greater than the capacity of a fly for
Why?
suffering.
And that's
Why?
that's that's the yeah. You already said that it's the reaction to
No,
and
that's how we
also
can tell. No, the reaction is how I can tell that it's happening. That's it. The reaction is how I can tell that this thing that I understand is happening in a human is also happening
yeah.
here. That they are
Okay.
experiencing pain. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I've made the claim to. However, I
Okay.
think part of suffering that makes it so bad is the ability to interpret it and to be able to like have an interaction with your conscious experience towards it. I think that for most part, bugs have an extremely low threshold of understanding. They're so like
Of
normal.
what?
So there's a huge spectrum of
Understanding?
intelligence. Once you reach a certain part of intelligence, I don't really care how intelligent you are. This isn't going to change much about your capacity for suffering. But once you
We don't
break
care
this
about
threshold,
intelligence.
I
We
do.
already
In
agreed that we
hang
don't.
on, I care about it insofar as your ability to interpret suffering. The ability to interpret suffering increases suffering when it is
You still have a
experienced.
joker, you know that, right?
I still have a what?
You still have the joker of not focusing only on sufferance for
I am
the
focusing on
value.
suffering.
Because that was That was, remember, that was the place where you said, I'll lock in for now, but because now you're exactly doing that. You're
No,
now
I am
bringing in
specifically
intelligence.
talking. I'm talking about suffering. There is a threshold of intelligence
Why are you
which now
talking about
increases.
intelligence?
I'm trying to tell you. Wait, just
Sorry.
hang on.
Sure.
So I would say that there's a good amount of animal life that from here to here can experience no suffering because they have zero intelligence. Intelligence is a prerequisite to suffering. Otherwise, like a rock can't
Why?
suffer because a rock can't suffer.
What does what? Why is do you define intelligence by the how what's the relationship there? Like
I would say
suffering is
intelligence is your
suffering,
ability
right?
to understand, perceive, and react to your stimuli. Understand is a big
You
part
don't
of
even
this.
then suffering is intelligence to a
It
certain
is
extent,
no,
right?
it is a prerequisite to suffering, and I would say that if you have zero
And every
intelligence,
time
zero suffering can happen. There's also a big part of this spectrum where if you have very low intelligence, a very low level of suffering can happen. And there's also a certain point on the other end of the spectrum here is that once you reach a certain point of intelligence, you can increase that indefinitely and will not increase your capacity for suffering at all.
there's so many problems I have with this.
I think this
Like,
is
firstly, I don't know what you mean. I have no idea what you mean when you say intelligence here. Like,
okay,
by
sure.
no means, I have no idea what that means.
I did explain what it
You
was.
can unpack this? No, what is intelligence here?
Intelligence, the way I'm using it here, is your ability to
Definition,
perceive,
yeah.
your ability to
Abilities?
perceive,
Yeah.
understand, and react. Maybe I think it's included in these things when you put them together. But I would say
Perceive,
in perceive, yep,
understand,
understand,
and
yep,
react.
yes. So I think that between perception and reaction, there's also there's automatically a thing that happens here, which is internalizing.
And perceive, perception. So perception is,
These are like the
I think
things that make
you're
these are
just
the things that create intelligence. Oh, I guess
okay.
memory is also
So
a prerequisite,
so
obviously.
how okay. And basically you get points in all of these, and then the higher your total points are, the more intelligent you are.
No. Like I said, there is
The more you can perceive the
not necessarily. So look, I try to explain it like this. On this end here, there is zero intelligence and there's no capacity for suffering at all because there's
can
no
you
intelligence.
instead of saying zero intelligence, can we just say, because I'm getting confused. Uh Instead of saying zero
Oh, sorry.
intelligence, can we say what intelligence exactly is? What you said is
I did just give you the
zero
criteria for it.
perception. Yeah. But I just want to
Sure,
fill
zero
in for
perception.
X, basically. So zero perception, zero understanding. So
If
all of these five are at zero, right?
so,
All
yeah,
of
if
these
you have
three, what is it? Three things: understanding, perception, and what was the third one?
reaction, but also memory has to be a
Reaction.
part of it as well.
So zero reaction, zero understanding, zero perception. Can
Yeah.
you write that down?
Uh, here, all zero.
So that's what that means. Okay.
At a certain point, it doesn't matter how many points you have in these. So like I would say somewhere around here. Let's say if you have 50 in all of them, okay, increasing all the way up to 5
Wouldn't that
million
have to
won't
be?
increase your capacity for suffering. You've like
But
at 50 in all points, you have reached
that depend.
it no longer translates into additional points into suffering capacity. Like your suffering
Why?
capacity peaks out because it's not something that infinitely
First of all,
scales.
that would have to be you 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 just reduced a three-dimensional thing into one dimension here. So you said it's three things that are completely separate from each other that can be increased and decreased separately from each other. Understanding, perception, and
Reaction.
reaction.
But there's
So
between these
these
things
three things.
there is an additional thing between perception and understanding. There's obviously
There's
internalization as well because this
okay.
is
So
what
there's
happens
four
between these
things.
two. Well, I'm just
So these
letting you
four things.
know, and memory clearly.
I'm just trying to understand what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I have said all these, so I'm just trying to tell you that
Okay,
in order
but
to if
these
you
four
perceive something
things
and
can be
understand it,
increased.
yeah,
But you show it as if that's something that you can just increase and decrease all of them, but basically that's four things that can increase and decrease independent from each other, right?
All right, think of it like this, okay? Have you ever played like an MMO,
You mean like
World of
World of
Warcraft?
Warcraft?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I have.
Okay, so when I hit level 20, I'll
Long time
unlock
ago.
I'll
Yeah.
unlock like the destruction tree for Warlock, right? So like I'm playing as
I,
a Warlock.
I'm not that into it. Yeah,
Okay.
it's been
So
a long
I'll
time, like
then I'm just
15
gonna
years or
dumb this
something.
down and I'll just make shit up for it. When I hit level 20, I'm going to unlock suffering. Okay? I'm level 20. Now I can experience suffering. And when I hit level 30, I'll unlock suffering 2. I can now experience a greater depth and understanding of suffering that things that only have suffering 1 could never even fathom. And then when I hit level 60,
Okay,
I permanently unlock suffering level 3. There's no suffering level 4. I've maxed out on my ability
so
to use the suffering skill. There's no suffering 4. So I can hit level 100,
so to
200,
you,
300. I'll still just have suffering 3.
so it doesn't matter. So we don't care about intelligence. What we care about is that there is different levels of suffering. That's what you're saying now, right?
Intelligence is one of the things that makes it possible.
Are you saying that there's different levels of suffering?
Yeah, of course. Like I just
Okay,
said,
so that's
there's
what it's
suffering
about, right?
one,
So you're saying,
two, and
and you're
three
saying
here.
that the, yeah, okay, so there's three levels of suffering, and
Hypothetically,
I
yeah.
haven't, to be honest, I haven't understood the diagram at all. Like, I don't know what that means, because to me it's like 4 dimensions, and they can all be like go in every direction,
Right,
but
and I would say no.
but then I don't understand it. But you are basically saying like, I think the important thing is that you're saying that there's levels of levels of suffering,
Yeah.
and the bug has a lower level of suffering than the dog.
Yeah, so for instance,
And
like,
that's how you remove the inconsistency that I've created before.
so
Correct?
maybe I would have to go back to,
That's why we
like,
talk about this.
well,
Come on, man. Like that's
well,
how we get here.
I,
Like, if it's not because of that, then why did you bring us here? Like, why are we talking about
I,
the levels of suffering
well,
if
I
it's
just,
not about
hang on. I'm just
getting out of
being,
the inconsistency?
I can tell you why I brought it up, but I'm saying that might have been why, because we went off. I felt the need to explain to you that why I don't value the suffering of a fly is the same as a dog's or as a human's. Like, for instance, a
Yeah.
fly can probably only feel physical pain is probably the only kind of suffering it can feel. Dogs can feel guilt. They can be ashamed. You can hurt a dog's feelings if you yell at it. You can tell a dog's suffering if you scream at it, and it goes and cowers and cries. It
But
can
I don't
it
yell
can
at the I
suffer.
don't yell at the cow. I just kill and eat it.
Hang on, I understand that. And that when you do scale up certain cognitive abilities like intelligence, there are greater levels of suffering that can happen. So, for example, there's a lot of like animals that don't care about their offspring. If you take a cow's baby away from it, it will scream and cry for days and days after that. It's experiencing a different kind of suffering that gets incorporated into this animal agriculture. And so when you talk about veganism, it's really easy to say, here's my jumping off point. This is why I think that it's wrong. But when you get into the realities of the situation, because we're human beings, we can look at things from the top down here. You see the amount of tragedies. It's not just this one thing. It's like they're killing them and that's bad and it's suffering. You can see this like this totality of insane amounts of suffering that's happening across the board. You can look at the people that are being hurt. You can look. So my jumping off point is always going to be that I think that it's wrong to do this unnecessary killing that we're doing here. But then I also look at we're hurting this thing, we're hurting that thing, we're hurting this thing, we're hurting that thing, we're causing this problem, we're causing that problem. At what point do I look at this one activity and say, enough is enough? So much bad is happening over that because I want a very specific texture and flavor when I can when I can substitute it with other things where I just go, this isn't fucking worth it anymore. So the jumping off point is always going to be this feeling of I don't think it's okay to kill things if I don't have to. We get into have to, go, okay, we can get kind of weird with this here and all that, but this is what's going to be the thing that's going to make you look at it. And when you look at it and you look at it deep, I think that it's very hard to reflect what you think is right and wrong and go, I guess me eating animals is worth the kinds of suffering that slaughterhouse workers go through. I guess it is worth the kind of pollution. I guess it is worth the kinds
Wait,
of pain and mental
we're not
anguish
talking
that
about that.
animals
We're
have.
not talking about that. We're not talking about yellow card. We're not talking about that.
I'm trying to
And
explain
also,
to
you
you.
went on a wait. You went on a tangent.
Yeah,
We have
I
to.
did.
You're trying to run away from the inconsistency, and you're trying to run away from where I'm trying to uh, pin you down. You
I'm
have
not trying to
introduced
run. I'm
levels.
trying to.
Yeah, you are now. You are
What
right
I can
now.
tell. I can tell you what I am doing is that
But you are running.
where
Wait, you already talked for like
if
5 minutes now.
well, you're accusing me of something and I'm saying no. When if you want to try to run through every logical thing, sure, I may have some inconsistencies here and there. That's totally fine. However,
Major
this
inconsistencies.
veganism isn't just about this one single thing that it hinges on. This is what's going to lead you to look at it. And I think that when you take something as complex as this and you try to boil it down to just this thing, because I'm seeing where you're at here, and I'm saying that, yeah, some things can change and the principle is still going to be there. That this practice of killing and eating animals is wrong, but it's never just about one single thing. I think that the amount of bad that's being done by harming sentient beings here is super bad. And for most people, that's not just enough. I knew that for almost my whole life that it was wrong. But when you look at things in a real way, in a human way, I think that it's very hard to turn away from it and not have. I think that you have to be engaging in cognitive dissonance in order to ignore it. And that's bad for you.
That was second tangent. Now I'm gonna
Go for it.
go back. Okay?
Yeah.
The bug, it's not the bug's fault that you're not able to humanize it. Okay?
Okay.
Doesn't make it doesn't make it better that you're not able to see it cry and you're not able to call it and it comes up running to you like your dog, and it's not its fault that you're not able to make friends with it and all of these things, okay? But you were not able to convince me that the value you're the thing is, I think that vegans are basically like uh stuck in this very natural thing that we do where we try to humanize everything that is around us in the same way that we project our feelings also on other people, right? So and it's kind of normal since also they are really similar to us and we share lots of DNA with them. But at the end of the day, this is all of the metrics you use to determine if something is suffering or not is basically just looking at how human is it and how similar is it to how I am. But you're not able to give me a consistent rule by which it makes one life less valuable than the other one. And mine, like we're not able to. You try to do it, like you now introduce different levels of suffering,
I
but I
think
don't think you will
you
be
agree
able
with.
to. You will no.
You think a fly can suffer as much as me?
Yes.
No way. If
Why? What do you mean
okay,
by what do
so
you mean by what do you mean by as much? Like, how would you quantify it? Like, in the sense,
sure,
like,
I can give
if
you an
you ask me
example.
as much, if you ask me if as much, like, you can ask if it's the same. I mean, if I would just pinch you and rip out the leg of a fly, and I see it like going crazy, like,
Sure. Wait, if you rip off a fly's
I would say
leg,
the fly is suffering more than you, right? Like in amounts of neurons,
so,
in reaction, in what, like, in what sense
so
would you compare these two?
depending on certain mental faculties, suffering can be more or less depending on the being. So if you rip off my leg and you rip off a fly's leg, I'm going to be suffering more. The fly is only concerned with the physical pain that it's feeling. I'm concerned with the
How would you
physical pain.
determine that?
I'm telling you.
How would you determine that?
I'm explaining it to you.
No, no. How would you're just saying what happens with you, but
Because
how would you
because
know
I
that
under
the fly is not having that
because
these
it doesn't have the
problems as well?
faculties for the other kinds of suffering that I'm going to describe for me.
How do you determine that? So now you're switching basically to the second definition of pain and suffering.
Well,
Suffering,
I
sorry.
said I'm always on
Of the
suffering.
second, the second, yeah. That's why I said sorry and
Yeah, yeah.
corrected myself. To me, it's the same, but so suffering. So the first definition of suffering that I offered to you was the hardware one, and the second one was the one that you chose to take. was the one where you say, okay, I just look at the reaction.
That's how I
And
know that it's happening. I look at the reaction to know that it is happening, because it could have the same hardware, but for some reason not have the same reaction, and then I wouldn't even know.
so,
This is just to check the box. My observation is to check, like, is there suffering here? Yes. But if
okay.
so, what I was saying is, if you rip off my leg,
Wait,
if you rip off a fly's
is it
leg,
not also to check the amount? Like if you see a dog, like if you step on a dog's foot, and sometimes they like make a big noise. Sometimes, oh, the dog just got angry.
take your dog.
Uh, so you don't look at the reaction for the amount of suffering?
It can be an indicator, but like I'm saying, if you rip
No.
off my leg and you rip off a fly's leg, there's going to be
Yeah.
suffering that is not visible for me. So everything that the fly's going through is just physical pain. If you rip off my leg, I'm now also terrified. What else is going to happen? What is my life going to be like without my leg? My suffering when you rip off my leg is going to far exceed just the physical pain that the fly can feel. I'm going to be terrified of you. Are you gonna now kill me? If how am I going to escape? My thoughts are going to be racing. I'm going to be having all these different kinds of fears and anxieties that the fly's just simply not going to have. It's going to be
Only
feeling the
the only
same
way.
screaming pain that I am, but I'm having to have many more different layers of suffering as a
Do you
result of
see how
this.
the only do you see how the only way you can meaningfully quantify a difference in amount of pain between you and the fly is by introducing new categories of pain? Do you see how that would be
Wait,
impossible if I
you're
wouldn't
saying
allow
that
you
I'm
to
introducing them, but
fi-
like we both agree they exist.
No, but we were just talking about physical pain, and you
I've
said that
never, I have never just subscribed to physical pain.
okay.
I've always
No,
said
no, I'm
suffering
just
to
asking that.
encompass.
I'm just asking you. Do you agree that other than having a new category, like other than talking about a new category, that would not be possible?
Yeah, but I've never talked about a new category. I've always talked about
I
suffering.
know it's okay. It's
Right.
okay. You can just answer the question
Yeah,
still,
I
right?
said yeah, but like it's not new because it's the same one I've been on. That's all I'm
That's
saying.
okay. That's okay. But do you realize that we are not meaningfully able to say that you, like other than looking at the reaction, that if we just look at physical pain, that we are not able to meaningfully say, okay, you have more pain than the fly,
But I don't
outside of adding a new category like
know because I
mental
didn't
pain
just say I've never said pain. I've always said suffering because I want to
or
encompass all
suffering.
because I want to encompass all these things as part of this same system that I
But I can
care
also.
about. By diverting
I'm
back
sorry.
to
I'm just
pain
using
and
it
saying that I'm
interchangeably.
yeah, but every time you've tried to use it interchangeably, I've stopped you because I'm saying no, that's not what I'm saying.
What is the difference? So you're
You
saying
just
that
told me the
suffering.
difference. You're saying I have to do something new. If you're using them interchangeably, and now I'm talking about the kind of anguish that a human goes through when you rip off
No, no,
its
by
leg,
saying
seems like I'm
mental.
doing something new. Yeah, mental suffering is still suffering. When you keep saying pain and
And
you're talking
mental
about physical
pain is
pain,
not. I said mental pain, for
yeah,
example. Maybe I'm misusing the word, but
here's the problem is that I haven't done
yeah.
anything new here. And you're saying you have to introduce something new. The thing that I have been stuck on this entire time has always encompassed all these different factors, which I would say is suffering. These are the things that I care about. I don't have to introduce anything new. I just have to stick to suffering.
Just
That's
a
all
quick
I've done.
question: is it wrong English to say mental pain?
No, but I'm not doing anything new here. I still care about suffering.
I heard you. I hear you, bro. I hear you.
That's my only
You didn't
contention
do
here.
anything new. That's I don't know why you keep saying that. Like I'm asking you a simple question. Like the way I use, like you corrected me like five times because I still use the word pain. I I don't do it on purpose. I would
That's
just
fine.
switch with you because to me it's the same. Like
Sure.
suffering and pain is for me the same. I use it interchangeably. I just ask you if there is a really a difference between the words in English.
Suffering is broader.
Okay.
Pain is almost always going to be pain is almost always going to be initially mean physical pain. It can
Okay.
be stretched out to mean like mental pain. I think it gets a lot weirder when we talk about like existential pain. I don't think anybody would say that. You say
Okay.
existential
Oh,
suffering.
so mhm.
mental or emotional pain is kind of acceptable. Suffering groups all
Okay.
these things together and says all these things are this. I
Mhm.
mean, we don't have to
So
use
okay. So
suffixes
to,
for them.
so then what to get back to the levels of suffering,
Hmm.
um what is level 1 suffering? So you see, my problem here is the following. You've said ability to suffer was the criterion for uh what was the difference between the the plant and the animal, why it makes a difference of killing an animal and
A plant.
so just a quick recap. Just a quick recap, yeah. So you said it's not the same thing to kill a plant rather than an animal
Yeah,
because of suffering.
yeah. Plants have
Then
no
we've asked,
capacity for suffering.
yeah, then we've asked how do you determine if something has suffering or not? Then you've said because I look at the reaction. Then we've agreed that a fly is also showing a reaction when you draw, pull its leg. And then you said, yeah, but there is a difference in suffering. And now basically I'm like, why didn't you just start by saying that when you were initially saying that? But it's not a problem. You can still do it now. So what is the level 1 suffering? So you could have just from the beginning said, okay, it's not allowed to kill living beings that are above suffering level 1 or 2 or
No,
3.
I
And
think that
then
it
you
is
could,
permissible to kill human beings if it's necessary.
but we already went past this. We already said that you have an inconsistency. You are ready to kill bugs. Not, you don't value the life of bugs. You don't have the same threshold of necessity for bugs that you do for dogs.
Sure.
So
I
we
have never
already,
once said. See, this is the problem. Everybody thinks that in order to be vegan, you have to value an animal the same as a human. It's just that I don't value. I don't think that it's okay to commit unlimited amounts of pain and suffering onto another being for minimal amounts of pleasure for a human. Like there has to be some weight exchanged here.
but in your definition of what's permissible and what's not permissible, you have necessity, and that changes
Correct.
depending on what living being you're talking about. So the rule only makes sense if you also add a thing that you can distinguish these living beings from each other. Otherwise, we don't know what you mean by necessity, because in one case it means one thing and in the other
No,
it
no, no,
means
no, no,
another,
no.
right?
So here's the thing:
That's what is.
if every time you drove your car, you were gonna run over 5 or 6 dogs, it's just gonna happen, just like with flies. I think we'd end up valuing
Yeah.
dogs less because it would be necessary to kill dogs to go anywhere. We would have
But you don't
to.
do. Okay, so the reason is the value of the life is something else.
Yeah,
Then now
I
you're
don't.
switching to a completely new definition of value for
No,
life. So now
no.
you're
This is
saying,
my definition of necessary that's coming into play here. If it was necessary to kill dog, if it was necessary to kill a human every time I had to go out to work, I would have to do
bro,
it.
your definition of what's necessary and what's not, of basically is how much harm you would be able to accept in order for us to say, okay, it's not necessary. That changes based on which animal is dying, which living being is dying when you're driving.
No, I think it has to do with the necessity. No, like I just said, that
But
if in order to go anywhere, I had to kill as many dogs as flies, I still have to drive.
we are saying that you're still need, like this what you're saying, still needing to do something, changes based on, like, that's the whole question.
No, I'm
Like
saying
the whole question,
substitute fly here with dog, then human, then cow. I still have to do what I have to do.
if you're going on vacation,
Yeah.
okay, and I tell you, Drazi, you're gonna kill 5 flies on your way. You're gonna say, yeah, but I really need a vacation. Man, but I really need a vacation. And then the other day I'm like, Drazi, but on your way you're gonna kill 5 dogs. Then you wouldn't be like, man, but I really need a vacation.
So
So
look,
so your
there's a
idea,
problem
wait,
here.
wait, wait. So your definition of need a vacation changes
No.
heavily.
No. You're doing something tricky here. So here's the problem is that right now, I have lived in a world where it has always been necessary for flies to die for things. And now, when you say, Drazi, you need a vacation, but you're going to kill 5 dogs along the way, the reason why I need a vacation is for essentially comes down to me being able
Wait.
to. What?
Because in the past, many flies have died
Wait, you have to let me
from
finish for this to make
driving.
sense.
No, but you already said something, and I'm already
Yeah, but the thing
disagreeing
that makes that make sense
with the
is coming.
premise. Like, I'm
I didn't
already
finish the
disagreeing with
premise.
the premise. The premise is because many flies have died,
You're
that
not.
makes it really normal.
No, you have
That's
to
what
let
you're
me.
saying.
You have to let me finish, and otherwise
Okay.
this doesn't make sense.
All
So,
right.
so this is something that I do understand when I go to travel. If you say, Drazi, you need a vacation. The reason I need a vacation is for, we could boil it down to saying like mental health. In order for me to be a mentally healthy person, I need to get away and do things that are stress relieving. But if you say on the way there, you're going to kill 5 dogs, I'm not going to, my thought process would be, oh, that'd be morally wrong. Like, no, that's going to be so much worse for my mental health. It's going to defeat the purpose of the vacation to begin with.
Now you're changing
This
the
will become
complete. Yeah.
the vacation will be something that won't end up being a necessity because the thing that makes it necessary is going to be canceled out for me by doing that. I'm not going to be able to fulfill the thing that makes the vacation necessary if I'm going to get emotionally fucked up by running over 5 dogs on the way there because I like
Now
them.
you're adding something completely different
You're changing what a
to the whole
vacation is
equation.
there.
That's why no, you're completely distracting from the point. That's what I mean. Like you're completely distracting from the point.
I'm saying the
Because
reason why I
we
wouldn't
don't
go
care. We
anymore.
don't. We could just eliminate your negative, the negative consequences of killing 5 dogs to your mental health. We could just erase that from the equation, and it would still not change anything.
Oh yeah, why would I give a shit? It's still
Man.
necessary for me then. If I didn't give a shit
Okay, I
about
need a
dogs,
coffee. I need another coffee. And I
okay,
have to go to the bathroom. Give
okay,
me 3 minutes.
okay,
Okay?
no problem. Does that make sense to you guys? The necessity of the vacation isn't really hindered by the fact that the flies are going to die because it has to happen. But if I'm going to be worse off when I come back because I killed 5 dogs on the way than 5 dogs coming back, then the thing that made the vacation necessary isn't going to be there for me. It doesn't matter. And if I didn't care about killing dogs, then I could still get the thing from the vacation. I think that makes sense. I think he thinks that sounds silly, but that's 100% what I think. Like, if I had to run over 100 fetuses to go on vacation, so like essentially 100 abortions have to be committed, I wouldn't give a shit. I'm still going on vacation. I'm going to be fine. Although, I guess it is rare to be a pro-life vegan. It seems like pro-choice vegan. I think most vegans are pro-life. Do you fuck with net spend? No. Let's see. I've never heard of them. Wait, are you talking about the artist? Wait, how do you not have a name? Is your name just a space? I think you're on thin ice when you try to define consciousness and grade the value of life. I'm not grading the value of life. I'm grading capacity for suffering. That's it. No, I've never heard of them. However, I am coming back with. It's not going to be on YouTube because YouTube fucks me. But I am going to be doing a music share night in the future. I used to have a React stream where I thought it'd be a lot more clips and stuff. So if you want, I don't know if you're in the Discord or not. Let me get a thingy here. Yeah. If you want to join the Discord. Oh, that's funny. I still have that on my clipboard. Oops, let me get rid of that. I think just doing it every Friday was too much for me. Wait, how did I not copy that time? There we go. There's Discord. Just doing it every week just made it feel like just too much for me. Knowing that I had to do it then and I had no real flexibility. I just saw your message about Mr. Grill in Discord. That's really funny. Um, if utilitarianism and suffering are the pillars of the argument, then we should eat aborted fetuses. Oh, I'm not a utilitarianist. I'm a deontologist. Pretty hardcore. Well, technically, I'm my own thing, but it adheres to the deontological uh, principle that if something's wrong, uh, it's it's just wrong. You don't do it. Essentially, that I have rules and duties to follow, and I just have to follow those rules and duties. And that if I have to do something that's wrong, no matter what, if all my options are wrong, then it's tragedy. I can't hear you, bud.
Sorry, no.
Oh my God! I'm so jealous. I
What?
just seen that. Like, I have enough people in here who watch me enough to know that I mute myself to like clear my throat a lot
Yeah, yeah, I
because I
saw
have
that.
GERD. Like
Yeah.
I don't know how many streams, but I'll get a message a lot in chat like muted. Like, gosh, shit. I'm
I've
so
seen a
jealous that your
few
things
of your
light up.
streams. Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's hard to
It's
remember sometimes when you're in the thick of it and you have to mute real quick. And then sometimes I'll go
and
to click it and
imagine
it doesn't do it.
and still, even though I have this light on and stuff, I still
It's
forget it.
hard.
Yeah, yeah,
People
you
don't
get used
understand how
to it.
much shit you have to pay attention to when you stream. They really don't.
Yeah, that's true, man. I had
On the other
a
side of the stream,
community
it's
stream. It's really like distracting. Also, like looking at chat and stuff like that. Like today, it's really calm. Nothing's going on in chat. But like one day, I had this community stream, and it was really like really overwhelming. And I'm really bad at multitasking also. So
I don't mind when people like
yeah,
let me know about something. They comment when people like your mic's peaking. Like, dude, fuck you. Just let me know. You have no idea how much shit's going on this side of the computer. Like
yeah, it can be
I have to
really
be looking at
difficult.
my
Yeah,
I have to see how my camera's in. I have to like look at the visuals. I have to look at chat. I have to mute, unmute. I have to know how far my mic is away from me. Just let me know. Give me a break
yeah.
here.
But I really want to invest some time in learning more about the whole audio stuff side of things, and also like the OBS, like how to do it while streaming without everyone seeing what you're doing and stuff like that. I think
Oh, studio
it's
mode.
worth doing because
I tell you that
okay.
right now. There's a button right
Mm-hmm.
underneath virtual camera studio mode. You
Mm-hmm.
can change scenes and everything, or you can change your current scene and it won't affect what they're seeing
Ah,
until
okay.
you hit transition.
Nice.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And if you
Yeah,
ever have
nice.
any
So
questions, ask me because if I can help, I will. I've had very little help figuring
cool.
anything out, and you can see my
Mm-hmm.
learning curve, and it's fucking rough. If you go through my streams, the learning curve has been awful because I've had nobody to really help me.
Yeah, I mean, I like digging into stuff like that, but with this streaming stuff, I don't know. I just went into it head first, and yeah. But now I have more time, and also like the last months was like really many things going on in my life, and now it's like way more steady and it's really chill, and so I have more time to do it in a more relaxed way. But yeah, I watched many of your streams. Not when live
I
because
appreciate it.
the times are not matching. But yeah, I always mostly watch the streams.
It's
Uh,
good to know that you're a fan. I assume you're not hate watching me.
yeah, no, I'm not hate watching. There is stuff that I obviously have my disagreements with, just like with veganism.
Sure.
But generally, I like the like. I mean the this whole like I mean you're in the Twitch politics sphere,
Mm.
and it's a sphere that I don't like that much, but I consume a lot. Like not even that much. Like there is a few people that I watch. Like I watch you, I watch Mr. Girl
Smeth, I assume?
mostly. Smith also, but not everything. Some things of him I watch. I think yeah, it can be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I just said
And other
to,
than that, I
oh, go
don't
ahead.
know if I watch a lot.
I just,
I don't think I watch more than that.
one of my mods, Elk, I told him, and then I told to Zonia too, because Zonia went on a big rant on Twitter. The space has a problem in that there's a time for drawing blood, and there's a time for having real talk. And 80% of the time, the space gets it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to go after everybody's throat when there's a real conversation to be had. And we should be trying to have real conversations more often than drawing blood. When people are causing problems and they're causing misunderstandings about real issues, that's when we go for blood. But when there is a real disagreement and there's a real conversation to be had, this is what we should be doing. We should be trying to educate people. We should be trying to bury bad ideas and replace them with good ones. But makes more money to cancel people.
Yeah, one big issue I have like with the whole space, like with the whole culture, I guess, is that we are basically like talking about important stuff, but only when it affects like streamers. So you have like a topic like abuse, and then we talk about it because it's a streamer did something to another streamer. And basically that muddies the water, and like all the fans of the one streamer are all of a sudden arguing, like trying to rationalize defending that streamer and
Tomfoolery.
acting as if that's like really their opinion, but it's actually just about defending or shitting on someone. And I think that's pretty bad for like talking about stuff when you're emotionally involved. Like the outcome of the discussion is like determining the fate of somebody you really
Yeah,
like or dislike.
that's what the whole tomfoolery thing was, dude. I don't know if you've seen any of that. It was
You told me
awful.
about that, but yeah, you wait. I have someone I too I watch is sometimes I find myself watching Queen Man.
Oh, sure.
And I know that you and him are sometimes a little bit. He was like saying some mean stuff, and yeah, I think he's a little bit trolling you and saying some mean
He
stuff. But
does, but he's also a bad journalist. He said that I went to jail because I said I might on Twitter. He never reached out to me for comment. So that informed me
do you
that
feel like
he's
he's a? I feel like he's doing like this entertainment stuff, and he's doing like the same thing that Chad Logic does, right?
I think Chud
Basically.
Logic tries to make sure that he's right though. Chud doesn't want to end up being wrong. I don't think Queeman cares if he's wrong.
Yeah, but I think he's more open about it. Like
Oh, I
he's
don't
not
know.
acting as if he's being a journalist. I feel like no one that is watching Queen Man is like, let's
Sure,
find out
sure.
what happened today. You know, like
That's
everyone is like it's like a guilty pleasure that people like, you
Yeah,
know,
I consider Chud to be
it's
a guilty
entertainment.
pleasure.
Yeah.
I'll watch Chud, but I think that I think it's bad. I think the content that Chud makes is like not good to consume, but I do it. But I just think that the reason why I watch Chud and not Queeman is because I like that Chud has some standards, even if the other standards that he doesn't have are ones that I think he really, really ought to.
Oh man, I feel like chat is really fake. I don't feel like it's
I
really
do too.
real. I
I
feel
do
like
think that he's fake,
yeah.
but the way that he reports on things, I think he wants to be correct. Like it's very clear to me to what is his opinion and what is he's saying this is true. Like if I want to find out what
Do you
happened
think
about something, I can trust that Chud's probably going to give me the what at least what is known, and he's not going to try to conflate rumor in with that, I know what is a rumor when he's talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's still all just like drama stream, give me money bullshit.
Yeah,
It's Jerry Springer
yeah,
still, but there's at least a little bit of like journalistic integrity with punditry. I feel like with Queenman, it's like from the little bits of Queenman that I've seen, it's just like uh, it's like pure entertainment, and the facts don't necessarily matter at all, which is
yeah. I
fine
also
too.
only
I just don't
watched.
like it.
I, I I only watched like obviously like when you I've only watched. I got it recommended a lot because of you, I think. I only watched like a few things where you were involved, or I think Smith also, and some Mr. Girl stuff. But all the other ones, I don't really know most of them. I also know food shops,
Yep,
uh, but
I
yeah,
think I
mostly
pissed
he's
them
like
off.
really. You pissed who off?
I think I pissed food shops off.
Ah, okay.
I said that they
Yeah.
were super bad and dishonest when they talked to Smith last, and I seen
Hmm.
them. They were like they were trying to stir the pot about me on Queenman's stream. I seen that they super
Hmm.
chatted, and I was like, God damn, that's all it takes is me to say that I think you did a bad job. All right.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, man. I told you already. Like, I don't feel like you should get involved in like personal confrontation because it's at the end of the day, it's just the internet, and it's not really like it's like yeah.
Well, this is like I was just giving my opinion on how I thought that conversation went because I think that Smith was correct. This is like an objective. Like, do you think that Smith was right or wrong here? And I thought that Food Shops was just doing something that was bad, that is condemnable, trying to obscure what's really going on and just being dishonest. It wasn't a personal
What was
thing.
that about again? What was that about? Was it about
His
the
article,
his article? Yeah.
Becoming Max, I thought it was really good.
Mm-hmm.
And Food Shops just like so. This is the main thing that I was concerned about is that Food Shops just like straight up didn't engage with Smith. He'd say something, and then Food
Hmm.
Shops would just respond as though Smith said something totally different. And for me,
Hmm.
nothing triggers me more than when I say something to somebody and they respond as though I had said something else. I hate that. Like if I was like, hey, if I was like, hey, do you remember what you said last time about veganism? And you're like, dude, do you know how many streams that I've had? Like, no, stop it. If like as soon as you talk about like
Hmm.
other streams, like, why are you doing this to me? I can't listen to what you said because I'm freaking out that you're not answering me. And that's what Smith had to
Yeah.
go through for like 2 hours. I was
Hmm.
freaking out on
Hmm.
his behalf. There was probably a fake. That was probably a food shop's fake, Drazi. Oh, maybe. I don't like people do that either. That makes this space
They're
is getting
saying that.
odd.
Uh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of yeah. I don't know what Smith is doing is like really different. Like because he's like, and also Mr. Girl is doing that to a certain degree, but I feel like Mr. Girl is doing it in a more safe and distanced way. Like Mr. Girl is like this whole idea of exhibitionism, like emotional exhibitionism that Mr. Girl is doing and that viewers also enjoy watching. I mean,
Oh yeah,
it's always
Smith has no
entertaining to
boundaries
see
with his audience for himself.
probably. And yeah, there's some like there's basically like he's giving so much, he's opening up really a lot, like he's basically and in order to be able to do that, like you have to yeah have strict rules. Like I don't know. Yeah, it's really difficult. I don't want to be like give some advice or something. I don't. It's not my position to do so. I
Yeah,
don't.
it's not
I'm not
advice to
involved, but
say Smith is showing all his weak spots to everybody without protecting them. Mr. Girl, he'll talk about where he's vulnerable, but he's protected from the criticism to a degree. He protects himself.
yeah.
I think Smith
And I think
sometimes
he's
does, but I
also
just
more
think that
comfortable.
he's
He's also more comfortable with being attacked and
yeah, yeah, yeah.
uh yeah. And I think you should like yeah. I think it's I mean,
Which
even just streaming, just like we are doing right now, like I'm not engaging in any form of exhibitionism, but I realized, for example, that I talked in some conversations I've had with black pillars, I've talked about my past relationships, for example, right?
sure.
So that's a form of exhibitionism to a certain extent. Like not everyone is sitting in front of a camera and uploading to YouTube a story about their past relationship. That is already like for most people that's already a more more exhibitionist than most people. But
Yeah.
I do that and I'm ready to face the like it's not a big thing to do that. But what I mean is like every step that you go with undressing mentally in front of a camera, you should be aware that you do that and that also a lot of the attention that you get is because you do that. Like not
Yeah.
you
I
don't
think
even have yeah.
you have to do it a little to connect with people. If you're looking for connection with your audience, you have to do it to some degree. Um,
Mhm.
but like I I'm a lot more comfortable with it now because I realize that I don't care what people say about me online. Like I like the positive stuff is good. I can if people that uh I know watch me regularly have criticisms, I can take that. But like when I see hate comments, I thought I'd be the kind of person that would be heavily affected by that because I'm a pretty sensitive person in real life. I didn't give a shit. I'm like super
Mhm.
surprised at just how much it just rolls off my shoulders. I thought it was actually like probably the biggest worry that I had is that people online would hurt my feelings and like they just don't matter to me. Surprisingly, I'm not quite sure why that is. But like yeah, whatever. The whole time that like the
Mhm.
whole drama with me putting out that video and me being shirtless in the video I put out, I thought
Yeah, I
if you would have
watched
told me
that. You
about
mean
that,
the
dude, I thought I'd be wrecked about it. But like I just laid low so that it could pass without people getting. I just didn't want to get people. People had already taken it so far to where that they could cause harm for me. So I just laid low for a couple weeks so to not pour more fuel on that part of it.
yeah.
Because I didn't want to energize that. But otherwise, like I watch stuff. Every once in a while, I type in somebody's chat when they were talking about it, but like
Hmm.
that's fine.
Yeah, and also I mean it's the question if you want to be for Mr. Girl, for example, one of the things is also he's not only being watched for being exhib an exhibitionist, you know?
Yeah,
He's also being watched for intellectual like for intellectual reasons, not only for I don't know if if that's a word in English, but voyeuristic, is that something you say
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah,
English?
yeah.
Yeah, like like he's not being watched like in a masturbatory sense or in a sensationalism sense, and yeah, I think that's really a dangerous thing to do as a streamer, like because it's such an easy way to get attention is to just do like outrageous stuff or to open up like to just yeah to I don't know that's it's not
S-
it's
saying the
dangerous it's
quiet
not good.
stuff out loud. Yeah, saying the things that there's going to be some number of people out there that feel that way. That's kind of rare, but they don't say it because they're afraid of being singled out. Mr. Girl's totally okay with being singled out.
Yeah, and also it's not the only reason he does it. Like there is another
Yeah,
reason why he like for example he's not being vulnerable and open about his feelings about I don't know some controversial topic that he says just for getting attention.
yeah.
And I think that's a big difference. Like he has a moral reason to do so. Like he has a conviction and then I can respect it. Then I'm like, okay, good. That's like but yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
Uh
don't make vegan debates a big part of my content is that um, when I'll talk about people who want to talk to me about it, but I don't push it
mhm,
because I think that that there's no way to make people more convinced that not being vegan is fine than trying to push veganism on them to make them hate vegans.
mhm,
I can't
mhm,
stand
mhm,
people that do that. But when people
mhm,
talk to me about it, that's why I think this style of debate about veganism is very difficult for me because I prefer to come at it
mhm.
from a very human approach. I talked to Cat Dog Bark about it, and while he
I
didn't,
don't know.
oh, he's a super avid viewer of Mr. Girl. And he was my first YouTube moderator. He's so pro speech that I made him a moderator because I knew I'd never have to worry about him banning somebody. If he did, it's unquestionable you fucked up. He hates moderation. But I prefer to talk to people about it at a very human level because I think that's what actually makes a difference. Because I think that for the most part, there isn't a whole lot of positions that we can really take that require action that's going to be always wholly consistent in that way. I think that for the most part, things are an amalgamation of different factors. And so if I were to shift the lens of this conversation and I just ask you, have you ever had a dog?
Yeah.
You can't, so if you've had a dog, you can't tell me that your dog doesn't have emotions because, like, when I come home, I see love from my dog. After we moved, my dog seems to miss me more when I'm gone. And when I come home, she'll hop. She'll like hop up on her front legs and then I'll pet her and then she'll run around like doing little hops. That's joy. I recognize that immediately. And that
Yeah, I agree.
because I can understand what joy is, I don't need to understand human joy to the greatest extent to know that like when I feel joy and when I make my animal feel joy, it makes me feel the same as if I make another person feel joy. And I think that it would be awful to take something that can feel like that and just harm it immeasurably because I wanna feel something fleetingly. It makes it. I just think that it wrecks me emotionally when I think about that. How selfish and what's the word? Like encroaching that is on something else. Because for me, for a long time, I knew that like essentially that it was like bad to do. When I was a kid, I wondered, I was like, how many lives have to end for one life to have like a full start to finish die of old age? That was something that I thought about when I was like maybe like 8 or 9, and I'd think about it like periodically throughout my life. And I still don't really know. Because like even I was thinking like plants and all that, like one life to continue start to finish requires a lot of life to end. It's weird that we have any life left because it's like this exponential amount of life to support one single life. But essentially, I just couldn't hide from information anymore, like how bad it was, and a lot of it has to do with how bad it is. I probably wouldn't have came to this conclusion if animals had good lives and then they were painlessly killed. Like if everything was like so much better, I probably wouldn't have ended up where I was. I probably wouldn't have taken all these steps. But because everything is just so fucking bad at like every step along the way, just the overall totality of suffering that just seems like it spreads everywhere. I really think that the animal agriculture industry is like the worst moral plight on the whole planet that we do. Like I value humans more than I value animals, sure, but I don't think that the death of like 50,000 cows is worth one person not getting punched in the face, say. You know? Sure, I value your life more than I value these cows' lives, but I don't value a small amount of your suffering versus immeasurable suffering on the other end.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the reason why, like, this is all fine and beautiful, and I agree with you, like the like I agree with you that I feel the same way, like I feel the same way that I have like way more feelings of compassion for a dog, right, than I
Yeah,
have for a bug. Like that's the we already agreed on that, but the reason for that is that we as humans are personifying animals and we are projecting animals onto animals what we feel. And that is also, it's not that it's incorrect what we are projecting, but our ability of doing so is not based on something rational or something underlying within them. It's just based on a coincidence. Like basically, the reason, for example, fish, like the sentience, like the sentience of fish has now, for example, been a scientific consensus like in the last years, and now it's being probably extended to lobsters and other shellfish.
that's what I do for
And
you too. I don't just do that with my
wait,
dog. I assume that you have real thoughts and feelings and emotions because I have them. I'm not
yeah,
doing
it's a,
anything
and it's
different
a
with my dog than I am with you. You just look more like me. and we can talk
Yeah,
to
I
each
agree.
other.
But it's easier, and it's way easier for you to do that with me than it is for probably this statistically it's way easier to do so
Right.
for me than it
But
is
it
to do
is the
so for a
same.
dog because it's because projection is always easier if something is really similar to you, right?
Yep. I'm sorry. 1 second. Let me
No
turn that
worries.
off. Okay. Sorry about that. Right, but I'm saying
No
it's
worries.
still the same thing. If we accept that we do it for other people, uh, uh, it should be
But it's not
acceptable that
the
we do it for
it's
animals.
not the bugs it's not the bug's fault that it's not similar enough to you for you to be able to project enough on top of the bug so that you would skip your vacation for a dog, but you wouldn't skip your vacation for a bug. So that's not the bug's fault. Like that's not something inherently different in the bug than in the dog. So also the all the criteria of consciousness of it, like when you look at plant, like the other day I watched a TED talk about uh, plants, like plant communication and plant behavioral reaction, like communication, memory, like all of these things are existent in plants as well, and we are just finding out about it, because our instruments of understanding, like these informatic exchanges, are getting better and better and more abstract and abstract. So we're really able to conduct experiments where we were not able to see these communications before, but now we are. And yeah, that's
It's the
just
same. Yeah, but it happens in the same way that like cells communicate with each other, right? And like if you bite off like the skin on your finger, like nervously like this,
yeah.
you would have no concern about that just because there's information exchange there. It
Yeah,
has
that's
there
my
has to be
argument.
a
For me, like life is the intention, like is something having a will to exist and to reproduce and to yeah to exist and to reproduce. So and that's life. And in order for that to meaningfully happen, you need a sense of what's good for that life and what's bad for that life, and that's what we call suffering.
I would say there
So
has to be
and
agency too, which is
there
comes
is
along with
no life.
sentience.
Sorry.
I would say that a critical component of caring about it is agency, which comes along with
Yeah, but no.
sentience.
Yeah, but not, yeah. So then we basically change the definition of what value to life is, like
Yeah, but
how
I didn't
life
say I
becomes
just value
valuable.
life. I value sentience.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah, yeah. But we saw a difference in value of life. Like in one case, it's necessary. In the other one, it's not necessary to kill it. And so there is a difference in value for life. And the question was, is it suffering? Like, why is it wrong to kill an animal? You said suffering, but
unnecessary suffering. But like I said too, when you said I need to get coffee, I said if I didn't care about dogs at all, and there are a good amount of people,
yeah,
people will kill and eat dogs. They don't care. If I knew I was going to
sure.
hit 5 dogs along the way and I didn't give a shit about dogs, my vacation's still necessary then.
Sorry. I was distracted. Can you say that again?
I said if I was going to go on vacation, but I knew that I'm probably going to hit and kill 5 dogs each way, but I don't give a shit about
Yeah.
dogs, like I don't give a shit about flies to the same degree, I'm probably going to still go on vacation because
Yeah.
the impact on me personally isn't going to cancel out the benefits of the vacation.
It's not about the it's not about the negative externalities from the killing itself are not even important. Like
Well, it
they're
isn't
not
how necessary a
even
vacation
without
is.
them, even without them, we would still run into this issue,
Well,
right?
like, wait,
Like even if you would think away,
I've demonstrated this by saying I did have to eat animals recently because I couldn't afford to feed my family and myself. And like I have to have food because if I don't eat, then I'm not going to be able to get my family out of that situation. So I did show that it's not that I don't care about the cows; it's just that it was necessary. I had to eat; they had to eat, and in order for me to eat and for them to eat,
you're
I
you,
did have
you
to kill the animals that I do care about.
do you see the problem that you run into, that your definition of what's necessary and what's not necessary changes with what it is you're killing?
No, no, no. I just think that in some instances, when I say
It will
necessary,
be
it more
a
aligns
whole
with how you
different
feel.
threshold. I can imagine that it will be a whole different threshold for human meat, right? So the amount of suffering that you would have to go through until you would eat human meat is so much higher until we would accept something being necessary than with any animal meat. So
Sure.
that's what I mean
I don't think that
when I say you run into a problem, you run into the problem of saying it's necessity when the necessity changes based on what meat it is.
when I say necessary, I'm not changing what I mean. However, sometimes when I say necessary, it is going to align more with how you're thinking of the word necessary, and sometimes it's going to veer off where you're like, that's not how I would say necessary. But for me, all these things are falling in line with what I have meant when I said
No,
necessary.
your definition of necessary also changes
It doesn't.
depending on no, not your definition, but your threshold for saying it is necessary, right? So
I don't think
there
so.
is a but we just determined that it is. It changes for bugs, for dogs, and for humans. It's a whole different threshold. Like if what would you endure? What would you be ready to endure? Like when would you accept someone saying it was necessary for me to go to vacation? What would have to happen for you to accept someone saying it was necessary for me to go to vacation when this vacation would mean that someone is dying, a person is dying, a dog is dying, or a bug is dying? Like
It
it's
would come down
completely
to
different.
wait, it would come down to why do you okay, so they're saying this vacation is necessary. So I'd say, why is it necessary? And then I can weigh what they're doing against it. Go, okay, is this actually necessary? Do you need this vacation? How
Okay, wait.
necessary is it?
I say, man, I'm so depressed, you know. I really have to get out. I really have to get out of my city. Like
Yeah.
this city is driving me crazy, and I really have to go see a nice hill and not these concrete blocks that I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
So
makes
and
sense.
then I tell you that. Okay.
I'd say
And
you
then I
probably do.
say, and yeah, and you'd be totally fine with me saying that if I'm justifying killing $5 for that. But you would not be cool with that if I would kill 5 humans for that. You'd be like, shut the fuck up and go back to your room.
Well, I probably
Right?
I would
So,
probably say, how is it that you had to kill 5 humans? Well, so here's the problem though.
man, come on. Like,
Wait, listen, listen, listen,
come on.
listen.
Like, that's,
Hang on.
it's so
Let me
obvious.
wait. Here's the issue: is this
Please.
hype? I want to address this hypothetical that you're giving me, for the insane hypothetical that it is. And so if you say, but I have to kill 5 humans, I would say
Not
I
even
think that. Hang on. I would say I think that the necessity of your vacation is going to be canceled out. The thing that makes it necessary is going to be canceled out by you killing 5 humans. So,
even if it wouldn't.
but this is what you're giving me. So I'm
Even if
responding to
it
that.
wouldn't. Even if you would not find out about it, and I tell you, I'm going on a vacation. Man, you're introducing these meaningless uh, additions to it, but they don't
No,
mean anything.
you're saying what
They
makes
don't
it
mean anything.
necessary? It's your mental health, right? This is the
Let's say,
qualifier. You're saying I need to go
Razi,
on vacation
I
because
am
of my mental health,
Razi,
correct?
Razi. I am going to go on vacation, and on the way there, I'm gonna kill 5 people. And after I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna take a pill that makes me forget all of it. And also, while I'm doing it, I'm not gonna find out about it. But I'm just gonna do it. I'm not never gonna find out about it. I'm never gonna know it. Still a problem. So introducing that is not adding in any way to the whole moral issue.
Um,
It's not.
I think it
It's just
is.
not. No,
So, do you think that I think
it's
that the
still a
reason why
problem.
killing a person is bad is the same reason why killing an animal is bad?
Can you repeat that? Do I think that?
Do you think that I think killing an animal is bad for the same reason that I think killing a human is bad?
I don't know.
I don't.
I'm not sure.
I think these are
I,
different things.
I mean, different in what way? Do you mean like different in a sense of categorically completely different reasons?
So, here's the thing: killing a human is bad for the same reason that killing an animal is bad. This bad is there, but there's also a wholly different bad as well when you kill a human that makes it worse. I would say that killing a human is bad because you are unnecessarily ending the life of a sentient being and causing undue
Yeah, but
suffering. However, there is also
bro,
additional bad things that make it
again,
worse.
again, then let's skip that one. Let's say the same example, difference
Oh,
between dog and bug.
give me one moment. My wife's calling me from the hospital. I'm so sorry.
Sure. No worries.
Hello? Sorry, the
Kilo
other
just,
call?
I think if it's Kilo,
Kilo
the
Giant?
giant,
Yeah.
yeah, just wrote in my chat, I think I got a question.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll take that.
yeah, sure. But wait, what you just said, we can just exchange human and dog and just put instead dog and bug.
No, no,
Like
no, no.
if I tell you, man, Drazi, I'm really depressed today, like I really have to see something else. I'm gonna drive and kill 100 dogs. And in the other example, I'm saying, man, I'm really depressed. I'm gonna kill 100 bugs. With the one where you would be like, okay, and with the other, you would be like, don't stop being a psychopath.
So I do care about the capacity for suffering.
Wait,
I do
can you
think that
just can you just tell me? Can you just tell me if that's if you said you explained?
obviously, yeah, obviously I
Wait,
have
you
more moral
explained
outrage of somebody killing a dog because they want to kill a dog versus somebody killing a fly because they want to kill a fly.
why? You
Why?
you did that's the thing. Wait, you were trying to say that the reason why my discoverance of your inconsistency is because it's between a dog and a human, and there is something special to humans, which I agree. But the same inconsistency we also have with dog and fly.
No, what I was saying is that I just asked you because you were using humans, and I said, "Do you think that I think that killing a human is the same as killing a dog?" Because it made it feel like that you thought maybe I thought these things were, or at least that I thought they were the same. So I just wanted to clarify that. Why? It's because of the capacity for suffering. That's why I would morally say it. But there is another thing here too, is that I have an undeniable and emotional attachment to dogs, which is why I'm also way more morally outraged if somebody kills a dog than if they kill a cow. I think that they're both wrong.
Okay, so then it's just an arbitrary thing that you
That,
just happen to
that
have, right? That's not there is no underlying
there,
moral
no, 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 no,
reason.
no,
There
no,
is
no,
no
no.
reason to
Hang
shit on
on,
people that are
hang
that
on.
are eating animals because it's just a random thing
No,
that you happen to
stop,
have.
stop, stop, stop,
That's
stop. No, stop. You're using my honesty about how I personally feel, not my moral position here. I have a moral
then why do we
position
talk about how you morally personally feel?
because
That's
when we're
not
talking about,
important.
I do think that's important because you're talking to me about what I think. And when we talk about dogs or certain animals, I am going to give you an honest answer that isn't just only representative of my moral position. That I'm going to give you how I actually think about this thing, which is
Wait,
going to be muddied by
in
my
my hypo
emotional response.
okay, do you think
And
that
I'm just trying to be
your
honest
answer
about
to
it.
the do you think that your answer to the hypothetical would be any like it's just the same for everyone. It's not just you. It's
What?
just not just your personal like it's same for everyone. Everyone does the same thing. Like everyone is basically humanizing animals and projecting their feelings on animals. And
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know why that matters. I'm projecting meanness onto every human, and that's all I'm doing. That's the only reason I
Yeah,
value them.
you're projecting on animals better that are more similar looking to you, but that doesn't change make any moral difference. Not the bug's fault. Like you have a bug and a dog, okay? And I'm asking you, Drazi, you have to kill one or the other,
A dog or a
right?
bug?
A dog or a bug, and you kill
Sure.
the dog, right? You don't kill the dog, you kill the bug, and it's nothing to do. Even if I would tell you, man, the bug is like, I've looked inside of the bug. The bug is like really sentient, like it's suffering a lot. Like it would still make no
Oh,
difference for you
so
because like
that's not true. If you said, Drazi, you have to kill this puppy, or you have to kill this pig in front of its friends, in front of its like family, I'd have to kill the puppy. Pigs mourn the death of their loved ones. Pigs are highly socially intelligent, and when like if a pig's brother or if a pig's best friend dies, they grieve for it. They'll go where they used to hang out with that other pig, and they'll cry. And that was my
sure.
very first step into being vegan too. Is I was like, I
Every
can't eat.
every
I can't let
every
somebody mourn the death. I can't let an animal mourn the death of its friend or loved one because I want bacon on my pizza. I can't do that.
every living organism
Uh huh.
cares about their own life, and then the second biggest thing is their offspring, right?
Well,
Like
that's why I said they're
that's
siblings and they're best. Like lots of animals don't have like if you just put animals together, they don't always form these same attachments with each other. They don't all have the same social structures or social understandings. I would say having that introduces a greater degree of suffering, which I care more about. More suffering, more care.
now you're again introducing levels of suffering.
They
Like I
exist.
already told you, like yeah, but you haven't meaningfully distinguished them. Like that's then you should have said, okay, it's not okay to kill something that has a suffering level that is above
I,
X, right?
I
That should
don't
have
think
been
it's
your first statement. Like it's not the capacity to suffer,
I don't
it
think that
is
it's okay to
being.
just kill unlimited numbers of flies just because you want to.
Yeah, but the what just because you want to means depends highly uh, on what the object of your killing is.
If somebody said
What's necessary
I'm going to
depends
kill
on
10,000
what you
flies
are
because
killing.
I want to kill flies. I
Oh
will gain
man,
nothing out of this other than knowing that I am a god to these flies. They crumble into a big pile underneath me. It just, dude, I get so fucking hard whenever I kill a fly. I love it. I'd be like, that's not good. But if somebody
I
says
want to
I
go
have to
on
go
a
to work and I
I
know I'm
want
going to
to
kill some flies along the way.
I want to go on a walk, okay? And if on that walk I'm killing a few bugs, totally it was necessary. Walking is
Yes.
important for my mental health.
Yeah.
It's really fun to do, right? And I just want to jog through the park, and that's good for my health and blah blah blah. If by doing that I kill 100 people, that's not okay.
Sure. I think
So
killing people
it's
is
it's not
wrong for
necessary.
different
It's not
reasons.
necessary for me. Like, but for example, if I would die immediately if I don't do it, then it would be even okay to kill 100 people in that
Yeah.
case. Because it's like I have to survive, right? So it highly depends on what it is you're killing. So the moment you say if it's not necessary, this necessary already depends on what you're killing.
So I'm going to use your example. If you're going through a walk, if you're going for a walk and you know that you're killing these ants, right? Does it
Mhm.
immediately become permissible uh, if somebody's like, I dare you to go stomp out that ant hill over there, and you know if you do, they'll laugh and it'll be fun and stuff. And if you don't, they'll be like, ah, pussy. Is it now?
Mhm.
Is it fine to just stomp out the ant hill because your friend said that?
You're asking if in my moral framework,
Yeah.
I don't think that it is necessary in that case. It can be necessary, yeah, it can be
No.
necessary, yeah.
Is
It
it okay
depends
to
on
do it? I'm asking. Is it permissible to just go kick it over because your friend dares you to and stomp it out?
sure if it depends on how much emotional damage you would suffer from that.
Well, I gave
And
you the scenario. I gave you
and
the
I mean
whole
the
cause and effect. If you do it,
sure
they're
it
gonna
could be,
laugh
yeah.
and be like, "Ah, he fucking did it," you know, and you guys will laugh
Depends
a little
on
bit. And if
your
not,
Sure, it depends
I'm
on your
asking you, Connect. Not depends on who. I'm talking about you. You're going on a walk with your buddy. He
right
goes,
now.
yeah,
Right
you and
now,
your buddy are walking, and he's like,
yeah,
dare you to kick over that ant. He'll stomp it right
yeah,
out.
yeah,
And
hmm,
you're like, if I don't, he's gonna call me a pussy. I don't want him
yeah,
to call me a pussy, but if I
yeah,
do, we'll laugh and stuff. But
yeah.
but I know that if I do that,
I say
it's
not
pretty
worth it.
cruel, right?
Not
Why
worth
not?
it.
Why not? You just
I,
stomped all those
it's
ants
not
along the way.
that was my. I just looked at 1,000 ants versus me being called a pussy, and I was like, I would say not worth it. And then I
Right.
went to eat a steak.
So you do understand what I'm saying then. There's a difference between the necessity and
Wait, that's
wait,
that's
the
that's completely. I am already saying. Listen, I am already saying my choice of what I deem necessary is completely to kill other living beings is completely arbitrary. I have decided arbitrarily that I don't kill human beings, but all the other animals. And actually, I don't kill apes either. I don't like to eat dogs either. I've been to Vietnam like just recently, and I went past. I took a picture of it also. I went
don't
past
send it to me.
a stand with like dogs,
Don't
like
send that to me.
grilled dogs. Like you could really see the whole thing.
Was it
And
awful?
I don't want to eat dogs. It was what I mean. I wouldn't say awful, but it was a little bit unusual to look at. I would say like this.
Good
So
God.
and the thing is,
I would have hoped that
I've
you would have said
just
it was awful to
randomly
see.
I've randomly this awful to me means a moral judgment, okay? And I
I
don't
meant
have a
for you
moral judgment
emotionally.
there.
Was it emotionally awful to see?
No.
Oh God.
No. Why would it be?
Because I think it's very easy to. I think part of the reason why people
Like why
understand. I'm explaining to you. I think
what's
part of
the
the reason
fault
why.
of a goat?
I,
Like I have had emotional bonds to chickens.
actually you yourself told me about having a goat and then having your parents kill it. They didn't know that you were seeing it, and it fucked you up. You and your
No,
friends saw it, and you
the
were like, it freaked you out. You described to me a
yeah.
traumatic experience that you had in seeing that happen, and like, yeah, that makes sense. I think that's how you're supposed to feel, and we
We've had a
weed
chick
ourselves out
we
of it.
also had a chicken. That we had the same thing happen with the chicken as well.
Yeah.
And
I,
yeah, but wait, what's your point? I don't get the point.
what do you
Wait,
mean?
I'm just saying, wait, what I'm saying, let me just quickly finish what I'm saying. I have arbitrarily decided that I don't kill human beings and I don't kill apes, for example, for food, and I don't kill dogs for food. Like that's I don't kill cats for food. That's just like arbitrarily put there, right? That's somewhat culturally set in stone. That's how we see things, right?
I think that it's
So
I don't think
and
it's
but
arbitrary
what
at all
you're
though.
saying, yeah, exactly. You don't think that it's arbitrary, but then when we examine like your beliefs, we can see that it's really arbitrary because it's not consistent.
It's
And
not.
I don't have to defend any form of consistency. When you're asking me about ants, it's just like a value judgment. I'm like just like, yeah, seems worth it, seems not worth it, right? That's just a feeling that I have and I arbitrarily impose it on the world.
I think the reality of what's actually happening with me, with you, with every single person, the reason why you wouldn't eat a dog is because you have had enough experience with a dog to where they're suffering and the kinds of things they would go to you is undeniable. You cannot deceive yourself into just sort of going along with it. You've experienced dogs, you've experienced their range of emotions. What you understand what those dogs hanging up in that market went through as soon as you see it because
I've humanized dogs. Yeah.
you can call it humanization, but what's really happened is
Yeah.
you have experienced them. You have a enough understanding of it. And I think that the way that most vegans end up becoming vegan is that we no longer have the shutters up to the suffering. I think for most
Why
people
do you have
they
why
don't
do you have
imagine it. You
why
don't
is your moral framework not consistent
What do you
if
mean?
it's not arbitrary?
It's not arbitrary. Arbitrary
We
means
already found
basically at
you,
random.
you've not been able to set up a rule for why it's okay to kill some animals and why it's not okay to some living beings and why it's not okay to kill other living beings. You've not been able to set up a rule such that we can meaningfully. You've tried. Now we're at the
Unnecessary.
point,
No, you just disagree with my
bro.
definition of necessary. That's it.
You had to introduce different levels of suffering, and we don't even know what they are. We've never gotten into that because you had to introduce, but I never pressed you on it. I never pushed you on it. But we can go.
Wait,
We
do
would
you
have
not
to introduce levels of suffering in order for what you're saying to make sense. And the question is, why didn't you do so at the beginning of when I asked you originally? Because you ran into inconsistencies and then you had to add levels of suffering. And now if you still
wait.
haven't lost the conversation, but you would have to now define these levels of suffering.
So okay, so look,
Otherwise
here's
you can't get out of it
the reason
without
why I didn't
inconsistencies.
the reason why I
Wait, and
didn't
one more addition. And you've also actually also agreed that your framework is inconsistent a few times in this conversation.
I conceded that every single like any system that people can have is going to have some inconsistencies here or there in it. No system is
But
completely
you are not
perfect.
claiming you are claiming that yours is you
I'm just
are
saying that
attacking
it's the
me
right thing to
for
do.
eating meat. You're
Hold
attacking me
on.
for
Hang
eating
on.
meat
Wait, don't ever say it like that.
morally.
You okay, well I was just say
Morally.
wait. You asked me to have this conversation. I don't attack people for being not
No,
vegan.
no. Come on.
Okay.
No, that's you know what I mean. Like
Well,
you're
some people don't
morally
know that how this happened. That's all I'm saying. I just don't want to look like
no.
I cared a lot about not being seen as a
Morally,
vegan who goes after people.
morally,
I think
you
that
are
what you're
claiming
doing I think that you
what I'm
think it's
doing is
wrong.
wrong. No.
That
You are
I
claiming that
do.
what I'm doing is wrong.
I said this in the very
You
beginning.
are claiming that what I'm doing is wrong, right?
By my standards, but I also claimed in the beginning that the real problem is that I think that by your standards that what you're doing is wrong. That I did say that in the beginning.
You were not even
You
able
said you didn't
to
want to have
say
that
that by your
conversation.
standards. You weren't even able to convince me that by your standards I'm wrong. How will you convince me that by my standards I'm wrong?
How did I not say that by my stand? I would say that eating animals is wrong.
It's not consistent. You were not able to give me a consistent reason why it is okay to kill ants.
It's not okay
Bro,
to just kill ants because you want to.
we can't repeat the whole conversation.
Wait, I have never said
We can't do
you
that.
can kill ants just because you want to. You can just kill ants just because. It
We
has to do
can't
with
do. I
necessity.
can repeat the whole logic tree if you want.
All I'm saying is that you said that I said it's okay to kill ants. I didn't.
I'm not saying that you are.
Okay, you did just say that.
Do you want me to just recap the whole conversation? Like really easy, briefly, like three
Hang on.
minutes.
Sure, but
Like,
I want to
because I
respond
know
to something
where
else
we
that you
left
said.
off. I know where we left off, and I intentionally stopped there.
I know where we
But
left off too.
you
It's when
cannot go
I
back
said that
and-
you could kill the dogs to go on vacation if dogs didn't mean anything to you because the vacation's necessary. That's where we left it. You're like, bro, I need coffee, right? After I said that. But the
Yeah.
reason I
And
just
then
want
we
to
went
address.
back into it.
You said I
after
don't know. You said you introduced these levels of suffering. The reason why I didn't do it in the beginning, you can fault me for it, but I just thought that there was a general understanding that, like an amoeba versus a fly versus a dog versus a cow versus a human would have different capacities for suffering. I didn't know that was something that I had to bring up in the beginning because I just thought everybody understood that. So that might be my fault.
I ask you, how do you differentiate between living beings that you can kill and living beings that you can't kill for food? And then you say, because of suffering. But then when I press you on it, you say, it depends
Unnecessary.
on what type. It depends on what type of suffering it is.
No.
That's where we ended up.
Hang on. It was about the necessity of it, right? Always. And when it came
We
into,
already agreed that necessity doesn't mean anything because it highly what you deem necessary. What you deem necessary depends on what you're talking about, right? Like what you are killing.
I laid out my definition of necessity for you.
what you are killing defines what's necessary, right?
I
What
said
you would
I said it
accept to
that
be necessary and whatnot.
when you adopted that position, it was in response to me saying that if you killed these things, it would defeat it would defeat the thing that made the necessity necessary. Like to go on vacation, I said if I was to go on vacation and kill 5 dogs, and the reason why vacation is necessary for my mental health, killing 5 dogs would hurt my mental health so much to where the
We
vacation would
already
not.
agreed that the hurt to your mental health is not important.
But that's what made the
I
vacation
already
necessary.
proved to you, I already proved to you that the negative externalities of you killing the dog are not important. Even if we would give you a
In
pill that you would not remember
when
anything
you
and you would
said
not even know
when
that
you
you do
said the
it
negative,
before, would not impact you at all, it still would be the same issue, the same moral issue that we would have.
it's not
So
though, because
don't bring up
this is where you
the
left.
negative
This is no,
externalities.
this is where you left. I said that if it was
No, this is
necessary
our
for you to
fault.
take a vacation, I I believe the last thing that was said
Okay,
is
bro,
that
let's go back to it.
if you're
Okay.
going to go on vacation and you have to kill 5 dogs to do that, if you're not going to have negative, if you're not going to be negatively impacted by killing the 5 dogs, then you still need to go on vacation. It is then morally permissible to do so because
If
it's
I would say to
necessary.
you, if Drazi, if I would say to you, I really need a vacation. I
Yeah.
really need to get out of my city. And on the way there, I'm gonna kill 5 dogs. I have to. Because there are so many stray dogs, and every time I drive through, every time, 10 out of 10 times, I kill 5 dogs.
Yeah, then you probably just have to go. And then the situation that's really
You would be
bad there.
fine. You would be fine. You would be fine with me because
Yeah,
I'm.
you're not the one I'm condemning. I'm condemning the city for keeping the dogs in
Wait,
that like that.
you would say, okay, go ahead,
Yes. How
bro.
am I inconsistent?
I can, you realize that I can increase this example to places where you would definitely say no, right?
Go ahead. Do it.
I would do the same. I don't have to. I just say the same thing. I go on a vacation and I tell you I will kill on the way. I will kill 5 bucks. Like your feelings about the situation, what you would deem necessary in that situation, you would ask me, man, is it like with the dog example, you would be like, oh, is it really necessary? Like, do you really have to? How bad is your situation? Like, at least something like that you would say, right? In order to potentially save 5 dogs' lives, right? But in the bug example, you'd be like, yeah, man, just go for it. Like, it's not even the bug example is so common, like, we don't even have to talk about it. It's just something that we do, right? Like, I just went,
I would
I
say that it
just
is
drove through,
unavoidable by any
I just drove
metric.
through all of Europe with a car like just 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure I then cleaned
Sure.
my
With the
my
bug
windshield, and it
example,
was
I
like
would say that
full
it
of
is an
bugs.
unnecessary fact of life that because they are so small and incapable of defending themselves, even by virtue of just choosing to avoid death, that
Yeah,
yes, that they will die. And this is an unfortunate circumstance of life that is actually unavoidable
but it would not mean the same thing as the same amount of dogs dying. Why is that?
because it is not a
Why
unfortunate
is
fact
it?
of life. What do you mean? Because
How is it not?
dogs aren't going to fly through the air and smack into your car, and there's no way to avoid it. What do you mean? It is
What do you mean by
unavoidable. It is
it's
unavoidable
not
to
unavoidable? You could avoid it. You
how?
could just avoid it. You could just drive slower. You could just drive with like 50 miles an hour. It's I don't know mileage. I don't know. I just know in kilometers. But if you would drive 50 kilometers an hour, that would not happen.
I don't think you have to be going that fast at all to kill bugs when they hit your windshield.
What? So you're saying
I'm saying that
you will never
travel.
drive with more than 50 kilometers an hour if you
I'm
don't
saying
have
that
to, if you're
traveling,
not in a
even
hurry?
not in a car, there are some. I have already conceded that it is necessary for some lives to end just by virtue of you being alive. This is unavoidable.
That's not about it unavoidable. I'm talking about the specific cases where it's avoidable. This is really again distracting.
And I would say that it is necessary to when you are moving places to do so at a certain pace.
We are specifically talking about cases in which it is not necessary.
Then
Do
I'd say
you
that
agree? We've went through, we had this already had this discussion.
yeah,
Do you agree that there is cases in which it is not necessary to drive more than 50 miles an hour, and where you still do. Do you agree that this exists?
Yeah, but what? No, you and I disagree about what necessary means here. I
Man,
have already explained to you what necessary means, but when then you try to use it in the conversation, you change it to mean something
necessary
that is not
doesn't
how I have defined it.
necessary doesn't mean anything if we don't talk about if we don't talk about
I have explicitly
what
labeled out what it means.
what animal you are killing.
No,
That's how we determine what necessary is in that case.
no, I have a consistent view of what necessary means. And I've laid it out, but
You're
then
saying
you,
it's not about consistency. It's about it's not static. It's dynamic.
no, I haven't changed what makes something necessary or not. Sometimes you can do something that's necessary and other factors can make it worse, but if it's necessary, then it's necessary.
Do you think it's necessary for me to go on vacation because I feel a little depressed, but on the way there I'm gonna kill a million sheep?
I don't know if being a little depressed makes it necessary for you to go on vacation or not.
Okay, but if it makes me kill $1,000,000,
A million?
yeah.
I have no idea. That seems like
Why was it
that's
so?
because
Why is it
like
so much
what
easier to say to answer the first one than to answer the second one?
because you're saying a little depressed, which I don't know if is necessary at all, and now you're saying a million bugs, which is this is just
Man,
nonsensical.
we're discussing about the obvious thing that there is a huge value difference between the life and suffering of a bug than it is of a dog. Like
I've already said that.
you
I've
would never
already said
disagree
that.
with that.
But that
And
doesn't
and
mean that doing
therefore
it
therefore
unnecessarily
the
is
idea
okay.
therefore the idea of what's necessary is also going to change. Do you disagree with that? Like
No,
what you deem necessary.
the
Wait,
necessity of something has
what
no dependency on what you have to do it. Necessary means it's something that you got to do.
you never have to do. You could always die, right?
Okay,
Like that's the ultimate
okay,
that's
when
the
I
ultimate form of necessity is the death. It's death, right?
okay, so when
And
I
then
said this is
if we
what I
don't
mean when
have
I say when I say necessary in this conversation, I am always meaning these are things that you have to do to live a relatively normal
what
life.
what does it what is the ultimate necessity? The ultimate necessity is death, right? So if you don't do it, you're gonna die. That's the ultimate necessity. And everything else, everything that isn't that, is just
Okay,
variations of
that's
that. It's
not
just gradually some harm done to you, right? That's what necessity means.
see, this is what I mean. I have laid out what I mean when I say necessary, but then when you try to say it, you're saying it in a different way. If you would like for
Wait,
me
is
to
it is
use a
it not true
different,
what I'm saying?
what I'm saying is true is that the word gets used differently by you than by me. Like when I said we need to flesh out what necessary is, I did, but then it still didn't, nothing changed when we're using this word in this conversation. Perhaps I should use a different word so that way this stops happening.
In what way are you disagreeing with what I'm saying? Isn't necessary just is a relative thing, and
Which is why it was
on
important to
one hand,
define.
on one hand, we have if I do something, if I do this, nothing changes, and on the other side, I have if I do that, I'm gonna die. Like if I don't do that, I'm gonna die. If I don't do that, nothing changes. If I don't do that, I'm gonna die. That's where basically
Yeah,
the
it seems
necessity
like it is
meets, right?
impossible. Okay, it seems like it is
So
impossible for the word necessary to be used in this conversation for me to communicate what I'm trying to talk about then. Because I
okay,
even
do
laid
you
out what I
disagree with
mean.
my
No,
definition of necessary?
no, I disagree with using the
Okay,
word necessary in this conversation at all then. Because I laid out exactly what I
why?
meant. Because I laid out exactly what I meant by it, and now you're still right now changing the definition of how I meant it when I said it, even though I laid it out very clearly. And so
I'm
it
not
seems like
changing.
That is not how I have used it, and I haven't changed what I meant when I used it at all. But you want to use it in a way that's different than what I mean when I use it in response to me using it. So it's just not a useful term for us. Because I agree that how you just said it is totally fine to use, and it's generally what people mean. I wanted to use it in a way so that I could. I use it in a way for this conversation to express something that is similar to that, because it's easy to communicate it if I just explain what I'm saying. And I think that's one of the
Okay, would
easiest
you like
words,
to
single
give
words
a
to map onto it.
alternative? You can
Yeah.
give an alternative definition to necessity. Like, how would you
So
say something is like? Just one.
I'm not going to use a different word
No,
to
1 second.
make up what you mean when you say necessary. I'm going to use a word
You
to
don't have
say
to.
what I
You
mean
don't
when
have
I've
to.
been saying it,
Yeah,
or a
that's what I want
series
to
of
know.
words.
But what you need to do is to say something is necessary, something is very necessary, something is less necessary. So you would have to just explain to
No.
me what you mean when
No,
something is
I'm not going to do
okay.
that because I meant a
Okay,
specific thing when I've said it.
then you have to give a
All right.
threshold for
I've never said necessary anymore. The word necessary that I used the wrong word. I've never,
it was part of
nothing I ever said
okay.
meant necessary ever. So,
Then let's go back.
I'm going to
But it was part of
reframe
your
my
reason
argument.
why how you were. It
Nope.
was part of the reason
Nope.
why you were
We all
morally.
hallucinated those sounds, and now I'll tell you what was actually being said. Somehow, from my
All right.
mic to my receiver through OBS and Discord, it translated out, and you heard this word necessary. So I fixed all these problems, and I'm now going to tell you what was being said out of my mouth so that it hits your ears in the correct way. So I would
Okay.
say that it is wrong to take the life of a sentient being because of suffering when not doing so. Let me make sure that I'm wording this correctly. When it is wrong to do it if you can choose to do otherwise without a major disruption to your life. And by okay, sorry, I guess major is not very good here. If in doing so,
major disruption, the ultimate major
Yeah.
disruption being you dying, and the no disruption being no difference. That's exactly what I was saying.
yeah,
That's exactly how I am using it.
Hang on. When I said that, I realized that the word major here is a problem, and I need to change that. As soon as it came out of my mouth.
Disruption, not major. The problem is disruption.
Oh, I don't agree.
It's not major.
If you can continue to live your life,
necessity is the level of disruption it has on your life.
Yeah, I would say that we should. Wait,
ultimate disruption being death, and the other one being no difference at all. No disruption.
I guess this is sort of revealing to me. How would you ever decide that something is bad? If not to change your behavior.
We don't have to do complete moral philosophy from start. Like, we don't have to the way we use good and bad is not even in question here.
So it seems like to me that there's a choice that can be made. And if the choice is, I'm not going to do this thing because it causes suffering. Instead, I'm going to do this other thing, which has a similar effect and does not really change anything about my life. It might change how I experience pleasure momentarily. I'm still getting pleasure. It's just a different, literally, flavor of it. And instead, all the practical ends are still being met, but instead, no immense suffering is being caused. How would you ever say that the one where the immense suffering is being caused is the one that's the good one, and not the one without it?
I'm not we have the question of.
Well, if you could just answer that, then if you can answer
I
that
don't understand
successfully.
Can you repeat that question? I don't understand what you're saying.
So you're in a situation. If you can answer this, I'll concede this whole debate. In this situation here, you have one. It's serious. I'll give up the whole thing to you. On one hand, you can choose to eat an animal, where there is an
Yeah.
immense amount of suffering. Even not the death isn't the only suffering. There's all the pain and torture that goes into killing it. And on the other hand, you can eat something that tastes similar, still tastes good, but for some reason, the one with all this extra suffering is the correct choice to make morally. Why?
I am not in the obligation of giving you a
I'm not saying you're
consistent
under
way of.
obligation. I'm not saying that there's an obligation here. I'm saying if you can answer this for me, I will concede and you win.
How will I find out what? How will I find out? How do I make my assessment of how much suffering is okay for my pleasure? Is that what you're asking? Like I have a like that's the same question you asked me before with the ants and how if it was worth killing the ants over not being called a pussy,
What
right?
I said
That's
is
the exact same question.
actually
How
what I
would you
said
assess that?
was
And I already answered to you that to me it is just an arbitrary question of
okay.
feelings
So
and culture and
I'm
nothing.
asking
There is
you.
no.
So okay, then it should be then give me your arbitrary process of deciding that this pain and suffering option
Do you know what arbitrary
with a
means?
slight
Arbitrary. There is no process. There is no
that's not
algorithm
true.
by
That's
which
there's
it's
not true that
happening.
there's no process. Because
No, there is.
somebody can
That's what
tell you their
arbitrary means,
reasonings,
right?
somebody can give you your reasonings, and you'll still say it's arbitrary. So arbitrary or not, I'm just asking
Well,
you to
that,
please
that,
tell me what. Are you just guessing? You're not just guessing.
no,
You're not
I'm just saying
closing
that
your eyes
there
and
is
spinning a
no.
wheel. So I'm asking you to please inform me of your arbitrary process here. Explain to me what that is, because I'm kind of
Arbitrary,
calling bullshit here.
bro. Do you want to let me let me talk? Okay. You're asking me how I assess, how I have decided that human life is more important than animal life, and that
No,
it's not
no, no,
okay
no,
to
no,
kill
no.
animals,
That's not the
to kill
question. That's
human
not the question.
beings.
That's not the
But
question. No, that's not what I
that's
asked
the
you.
only difference I'm making.
That's
The
not
only
what I'm
difference.
asking. That's not my
That's not why it's
question.
horrible.
It's not my question, bud. My question was how if you have two options and one is
Yeah.
to kill and torture this animal and the other option is to have something slightly less tasty, how do you determine that the one with all the suffering is the correct option? That's it. That's the question. I'm not asking why do you value humans more than animals at all, because you don't have to.
Okay. Because I don't have a. It's so easy. Sorry, I'm misunderstanding you the whole time. Because I don't see a point why it's. I don't have a. The other option where you have all the suffering for me is the same. Like there's. I don't reduce the suffering by eating the other thing. It's the same amount of suffering.
You think an animal suffers the same amount if it's not tortured and killed?
That's the whole point of our whole discussion. That's the whole thing that we're talking about the whole time. Like that's the only thing that we're talking about.
Wait, that was a yes or no question. You think that an
Yes,
animal living its
that.
life?
I told you at the beginning. I told you at the beginning. I don't see that killing plants instead of animals is better. That's what I'm telling you the whole time. So the question you're asking is
I
makes
don't
no
believe
sense
you about
because
that. So wait, if when you see
I
somebody,
just told you. I just asked you to give me a significant difference between them, and you were not able to do so since 3 hours.
yes, I did.
So why would I not believe that? Like, why
Wait,
would I not believe that
hang on.
if I don't see a consistent reason why there is a difference between the two?
Let me ask you a question. If you see somebody cut
Yes.
down a tree with a chainsaw, and you see somebody cut a dog in half with a chainsaw, you're gonna have the exact same reaction.
No, because I'm personalizing and humanizing one and not the other. But that doesn't mean that it's morally for me. It's there is no moral difference,
Okay, you just said
and
that
that
there.
there is a moral difference just because I have a different emotional reaction to it.
I don't believe you. So if I said,
I
so
don't know what
wait,
to tell
okay,
you.
so
Like, do you not believe that you can have a worse emotional reaction? Wouldn't you have a bad emotional reaction to your kid being sliced open during an operation? Of course, but you
yeah,
think it's still good, right? You're like, okay, but I think still that morally something good's happening here. And in the same way, I see tree being man. The same with the dog, right? You ask me if I think it's horrible what's happening with the dog. Obviously, I'm having a different reaction to the dog, but that's just I
I
realize
think you
that
would
this is
also say
just
it's
cultural.
bad. If somebody cut a
No, I
dog in
don't
half
think
with a
no
chainsaw,
no I don't think it's worse killing a dog than killing a goat.
Well, I didn't.
Like
That wasn't the comparison I made. The comparison I made was somebody cutting down a tree with a chainsaw. Because you said there's
yeah,
no difference between a plant
I have a
and an animal
completely
being.
different reaction. I have a completely different reaction to it. Because first of all, like seeing something with eyes and vocal cords and the mouth, like that is really similar to me, obviously makes a difference in how I will react to it, and obviously makes me feel different to it because I have how do you say it? Mirror neurons. I don't know how to say it in English, but
Mirror neurons?
like there is so much. Yeah, mirror neurons, and there is so much things happening there. Also culturally, for me, like even between a dog and a goat, or even between a dog and a cow, like even there is a difference. Even though there is no inherent difference between the two, right? Maybe like you could go with the
I think that
destiny
you would
social
be. I
contract
think that you would
argument
be
and stuff like
upset
that,
if you
but
seen a
I
cow
don't
or a
believe in that.
goat get cut in half with a chainsaw as well, but not a tree.
Being upset is not a criterion for
I
me
think you would
to
be morally
determine if something is.
outraged.
No, I'm not. Like morally outraged is not the same thing as having a reaction to something. And I already
Sure,
agreed to
that's
you
why
that
I
I will
switched
have
and just said that you will have a moral outrage seeing somebody cut a dog, a cow, or a goat in half with
but
a
I already,
chainsaw, but not a tree, because it's not the same thing.
but somehow you're not able to explain to me why I should have a moral outrage.
I'm saying that you do.
Do you know what's the difference that you're making between having a moral outrage and an emotional reaction to it? What's the difference here?
That cutting down a tree with a chainsaw is not wrong. You don't think it's wrong.
We are the whole
You think
debate that
somebody
we're having
cutting
right
a
now.
goat or
The
a
whole
cow
debate
or a
that
dog
wait,
in half with a chainsaw is wrong. But you're telling me that there's no difference between those two. You just
yes,
told me that.
morally, I think that it's the same thing. I think that morally, there is no difference between killing plants and killing animals,
Right, and,
or
and I'm saying I
in the
don't
same
believe
like
you.
all things equal, right?
I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me, but I mean, there is no reason you were not able to give me a moral framework why I should, right?
Because a tree isn't going to suffer.
Yeah, but I think that trees, bro, you were not able. I don't
You
even have
can't
to
give me a
answer that. Like
definition of suffering
you were
that
not
would fit a
able, you were not
tree.
able, you were not able to make a consistent argument as to why suffering is a good distinction between living beings, in order to determine if their value for suffering. Like it's not their value for life. Like we already went through all of this. You said suffering, then we ended up with bugs
Wait,
and dogs, and somehow there is a huge difference between bugs and dogs. And then you had to say, okay, there's different levels to suffering. So it's not about the ability to
that
suffer.
is true. It is. It is. When you have something that cannot suffer versus something that can suffer, there's a difference in moral weight between doing something to the one thing that won't suffer and doing the same thing to the thing that will suffer from it.
But you already said that bugs can suffer and dogs can suffer, and then we determined that there is a huge difference in how you would behave in one case and versus the other. So it's not. I don't even I don't even
I
agree with
disagree in
you.
those
Wait,
situations based on how
the funny thing
necessary their
is,
suffering
the
is going
funny
to
thing
be.
is, the funny thing is, I believe that every living thing is able to suffer by definition. Like I already think that suffering is joy and suffering is part of life, but that's a whole different discussion. Even if I just stay there with you and say that, okay, let's talk about suffering as if that would be a good criterion, even though I think every living thing is suffering. Um, Even there, between two things that suffer, there is a huge difference in what you would deem necessary to kill between a dog and a bug.
No, the necessity doesn't change. How bad it's going to be will change, but how necessary something is doesn't
Necessary
change.
means how bad does it have to affect you? That's what necessary in that case means, right? How bad
What
does
you're
it
going to
affect
do,
you?
how do you have to do
Let
the
me
thing or
finish,
not?
bro. Let me
Okay,
finish.
you've said this a bunch already, but I
How
think it's
bad? Yeah, but
misrepresentative.
I have to get back to it every time. Like how bad it has to affect your life in order for you to say it's okay for you to go to vacation highly depends on if it's a dog or if it's a bug. That's
It
like that's
doesn't.
so obvious.
But I
That's
said
so
no to that.
obvious.
To me, I said that's not the case. How necessary it is has no bearing on the cost of achieving it. Either it's necessary
I
or it's
think
not. It can end up being
I think
worse that you're doing it, or better that you're doing it based on what the cost of doing it is, but the necessity of it does not change. You keep insisting that the level of necessity changes based on the cost, and I'm saying no, it doesn't. So the bug is a cost. The dogs are a cost. How necessary it is to do this is irrelevant to the cost. It's going to change how you feel about it when you're doing the necessary action, but it's not going to change how necessary it is at all.
Wait, you're saying that if you have just said that it was necessary for you to eat animals last week,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So and
Well, not last
nothing
week,
changes.
but yeah, recently, yeah. Sure.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. And what if we swap the dog meat for human meat? Wouldn't we expect you to suffer way longer before you do that? Before we would say, okay, it's acceptable for you. It was necessary. I agree, it was necessary to eat a human being.
Yeah, because that's why I had to ask you, do you think no. The
So
necessity hang on.
the cost was for human being to die. Nothing changed. Just the cost changed, and all of a sudden we were like, bro, that wasn't necessary. But before we were all like,
hang on.
Sure, man, I get it. Right?
It
Wait,
is
that's just like obviously true what I'm saying right now.
Hang on. The levels of what you're saying here is you're using necessary in a wholly different way. When I say it's necessary for me and my family to eat every day, right?
Come on.
Wait. Do you think it's necessary for you and your family to eat every day? Yes or no?
You just said that if the cost the cost changing is not changing anything. If
you're changing what necessary means here in these two different things.
You said necessary, and I gave you an obvious example of when it is.
When you're saying it was necessary to eat so they ate people, you're not saying it in the same way that somebody says it's necessary for me to eat and for my family to eat every day. By that metric, no, it's not. You can actually go many days before you don't eat and die. Your kid can go 4 or 5 days without eating before they even have any negative side effects. Your kid can probably go 2 weeks without eating. So
are you willing to repeat what you said before? When you what did you say about the cost of something not affecting our judgment about something being necessary or not?
When I already told you before, when I'm saying necessary, I don't mean... You're switching what I'm saying, though, when I say necessary. Well, this is why we needed to not say this anymore. I got looped back into saying it. That's not what I mean. So by that definition of necessary, you would say that it's not necessary for you to do fucking anything. As long as it's not killing you, you don't have to do a goddamn thing. But obviously, you would probably say in common parlance, yeah, it's necessary for me to make sure that I have food and my family does, right? And if somebody was like, oh, so that means you're just going to kill people if you every day instead of just not eating for a day? You'd be like, no, of course not. That's not what I mean. I don't mean that I'm going to die if I don't. I'm saying that it is a demand in order to maintain a normal, healthy life that I eat every day. It does not mean that I'm going to die if I don't do it. But when we're talking about... what?
I think you know what I mean. At this point, I think you know what I mean.
Right, and you know what I meant when I said it was necessary, which was not saying that we were going to die if we didn't eat every day.
And I'm just repeating myself. What you mean when you say something is necessary highly depends on what the costs are.
No, I have consistently said when I'm saying necessary, it means what is required to have a normal life.
Bro, when I do X, okay, just completely abstract. When I do X, and you ask me, why did you do X? And then I say, it was necessary. That highly depends on what the negative costs, like what the negative consequences of X were, right? In order for us to determine
what it really
X was
depends on is
necessary
what
or
you
not.
mean by necessary. That's all it would really mean by.
Come on, man. Come on.
No,
Come on. We all know what necessary means. Like, we all know what necessary means.
This is the heart of the issue. I have given a specific meaning for it, and you seem to be fine with it for a certain point, and then you switch it to meaning you'll die if you don't.
You're obviously not able to use the word necessary. Then you have to still convince me of why it is wrong to kill and kill animals for food
Wait.
without using the word necessary.
Wait.
Please repeat you can restate your
Am I trying to
original.
wait? How am I trying to convince you? If I'm trying to convince you, but then all you're really doing is switching it back onto me. You're not really dealing with how you are with my points.
Bro, we started this discussion
Wait, you're not
completely
responding to what I'm
blank
saying.
slate.
You're not responding to what I'm saying.
Blank slate, because you're distracting.
Blank slate. No.
Blank slate.
You
Blank slate.
you
We
always
started.
put it on me to convince you. You haven't been willing
Yes,
to.
it
You
is
haven't.
on you. It is on you. Nothing is
Okay.
nothing is
Then I can't.
immoral just
Then I'm
because
not.
somebody
Then
says to you
okay.
that
If
it's
it's
immoral.
okay. What I'm saying is that if I challenge you with anything, you don't answer the challenge. You switch it on to me. Everything gets shifted when I bring it up here.
Bro, you're distracting right now. Please
You're
tell
not.
me why it's wrong.
This is like the third thing in a row that you haven't responded that I've
You
said.
scratched. I will. I promise. You scratched the word necessary. You said
Yeah.
you're not able to use the word necessary. I brought you to such a point that necessary doesn't mean anything to you anymore. So now,
No, it still means
but
something to me.
necessary. You use necessary in
Yeah,
your original. Bro,
and I
you
defined
use
it.
necessary. You use necessary
Yeah.
in your original statement on why
Yep.
eating animals is wrong.
Yep.
Now you've abandoned the word necessary. And now I would like to hear what your original statement means now that you have thrown necessary
It is not
into the
required
garbage bin.
to live a normal life.
Bro, you can't say I'm throwing away necessary and then say required. Come on.
You
can't do that.
Wait, I said
You can't say
required
required.
for.
You can't say required
I can't.
after throwing away necessary.
Wait. Required to live a normal life.
How is required to live a normal life different than necessary to live a normal life? How is that different in any way?
When I say necessary, you go. You
Oh,
change
man.
what it means. So if you have to relay it back to living a normal life,
Bro,
I
can't do this. This is too much.
I agree. I don't think that you can. Things keep getting shifted. When I try to, when I talk about a thing, I'm being super consistent when I say necessary, and then you seem to understand what I'm saying. But then when you say it, you switch it to meaning something different, and this is the issue here. It's like
Necessary. You have a cost. I do. Do you want to? You want to throw away necessary. I'm trying to explain to you why you're wrong, but
this is
I
how
think
easy
you
it
know
is.
that you're wrong.
Is
and
it
you throw
necessary to
away.
drink
That's why you
water
throw it away.
to live? Yes or no? Is it necessary to drink water to live?
Yes.
Does it matter what happens between you and drinking that water that will change the fact of the matter that if you don't drink it, you'll die?
Does it? No.
Correct, which means the
Wait,
cost
what are
does
you
not
saying?
affect the necessity of it. There is nothing that can
Bro,
happen
if
between me and getting to the water that changes if it is necessary or not for me to drink water.
That's what I said. I said that on one hand, you have the ultimate necessity, which is death.
You
Okay?
have said
So with
consistently
death,
the cost does
with
change the
death,
necessity.
yes, but not, bro.
Doesn't.
You have ultimate. This is the ultimate necessity. That's what I'm saying. You could even kill 100 people when you have death on one hand, and on the other hand you're agreeing with my definition. That's my definition. That's what I'm saying since the beginning.
You have
death on one hand. That's what you used. You just use death for that. Death is on one hand. That's the ultimate necessity. With death on one hand, you have no comparison because that's the ultimate necessity, and then you have no difference at all, no disruption at all to my life on the other hand. And every necessity, like everything's in between, right? Between that. So then we can ask ourselves, okay, is it necessary to kill X? Okay? And then we look at, it's not the ultimate necessity. I'm not gonna die, but then we have somewhere in there, we have the disruption that it causes for our life, and we have the cost of that thing dying.
Which is
And
why
somehow,
I said when I say necessary, I mean to live a normal life.
Wait, bro, let me finish. And somehow, the cost, you're just disrupting the moment I'm disproving you. The moment the cost is involved, the cost is higher, we deem something not necessary. We're like, why did you kill that? That wasn't necessary. It wouldn't make such a big difference in your life. But if the value of the thing that you're killing is really low, like a bug, then you're all of a sudden
When we
completely okay with saying that something is necessary.
when we ask if
You're
somebody's
completely
action was
okay with saying
necessary,
this.
we're asking if they had to do it in order to achieve the end. Yes?
No, that's not what we mean in this context. That's
No,
that's not at all what
that's
you're
what
saying.
was this necessary means. So
Is
when I
it necessary?
hey,
Is
I
it
have to
necessary
eat,
to kill it?
and I say,
Is
can
it
you eat
necessary
without
to?
killing? You say, no, it's not necessary, but I want to, right?
It depends on what you're killing. You said it yourself. You're okay with killing plants, right? You're okay with killing plants.
Yeah.
It depends on what you eat, what you
Okay.
kill,
Sorry.
and that
Let me rephrase
that
that. I said it wrong. My bad. Somebody said, is it necessary to kill animals in order to eat and survive? The answer is no.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And somehow if you kill and that's what I say. Like it depends if you switch animals for plants, for you it starts to be okay, right? You say, yeah, I killed something, but it was necessary.
Okay.
And why? Because the cost is not so high because they're not feeling anything. That's what you would say, right?
Wait, say that last part again. I didn't
Like
hear you good.
I would say it's still bad, right? That something dies, right? Because like life has some inherent value or whatever.
Oh,
And then you would be like, yeah, but it
I don't
was,
think so.
bro,
Like,
are you really trying?
I don't think that
Wait,
the life of a
I'm
plant
just
has an inherent value to being alive.
am I really trying to convince you right now that the cost of something of doing X is not determining just as much as the disruption you would get when not doing X? That cost is not important
No,
for
no, no.
deeming it necessary or not necessary?
Correct. I would say that
Are you saying
whether
that?
something is necessary or not is saying
Yeah,
this has to happen.
yeah.
Right.
So I'm telling you, Drazi,
And then, so we would
I'm
usually
going.
ask is go necessary as to what end is what we would usually ask. Right? Because we're not usually talking about death. So you'd say necessary to what end? So when I would probably say it's not necessary to kill and torture animals to survive. And I would say to what end? I'd say to you surviving, to you being able to live healthy, to having a normal life. It's not necessary to do this. And based on that, I would say that it seems to me to be the better choice to not cause undue suffering when you can have a normal, happy, and healthy life without causing all of this suffering. And the only real
Bro,
counter argument to that I can imagine is that no, the taste that I get in my mouth from killing these animals would mean that I can't have a happy, healthy, or normal life, or that this pleasure is so great that the suffering is just worth it.
we have to finish this. I can't do this
Could you
anymore.
could you respond to that part?
Yeah. Yeah, but I would just repeat myself. I mean, it's just the easiest example is you saying it was necessary for me to eat animals last week.
Well, wait, that's not. Oh, you don't have another. There isn't another option for you. You can't
No, I
afford.
mean, we would be okay with you saying that. Like we would say, of course, it was necessary for him to eat animals.
Because
Like I
everybody
would say
agrees it's
that,
necessary to eat.
but yeah,
And
but
so,
but
if
wait, wait, but wait. But you could have uh
I couldn't have bought vegan food for me and my whole
there's
family to eat.
bro,
We had no
please,
stove, no
please,
nothing.
please let me finish. Let me finish, please. If we switch that up for human meat, we would expect you to go to way more suffering to not eat for at least 2 weeks until or 10 days until you eat animal food,
Because what
until
I
you
meant
eat
by
human food, right?
because what was meant by necessary there would be different. It would be necessary to what means. It'd be necessary or I'm gonna die. And when I said it, it meant necessary so that we're all relatively healthy. Because based on the statement that most people would say it is
Bro,
necessary
the
to eat
cost,
every day.
nothing
Yes?
has changed. Nothing has changed. Of just the cost has changed. In
I
one
understand
case,
that you
an
keep
animal
repeating
had to
yourself
die.
instead of actually responding to
An
what I'm
animal had
saying.
to. In one case, an animal had to die. In
Hmm.
the other case, a human being would have to die. Okay, and in one case, we would say, yeah, it was necessary that Drazi ate this, killed and ate this. And in the other case, we wouldn't say that it was necessary. I think we should. Drazi should have stayed hungry for a week until we would say, okay, it's necessary. You would really have to be on the fence of on the verge of like dying for us to say, okay, it was necessary for him to do that.
Okay,
So
here's the
can you
issue with
tell me
this.
how this is wrong?
Yes. When somebody says, what would make it necessary for somebody to eat every day? Say, like, I think it's necessary for people to eat every
Bro,
day. What?
please, can you just engage with what I'm saying? Like, just
Okay,
the cost has changed.
one,
Nothing else has changed. Nothing else
yes,
has
it
changed.
has changed.
Just the cost has changed. So
Something
how
else,
can you still say that the cost is
dog,
not
I'm trying to
determining
answer you.
the fact of the
You're wrong. Not just the cost has changed. What we're talking about when we say necessary has changed. Most of the time,
the definition of necessary has changed?
from these two different things, absolutely.
Oh,
I
really?
think it is
Wow.
totally.
All right.
Do you think it's weird or uncommon or incorrect for somebody to say it's necessary for people to eat every day? That's a fine statement,
Bro,
right?
I can't
It's
do
just yes
this,
or
man.
no. You can just answer me yes or
No,
no.
bro, I can't do this. If you say that, if I give you a hypothetical and I just change one thing in the hypothetical, and you say that the
I
definition
have
of the
asked you for
word
the last like
that we're
10 things
talking
I've
about,
asked for you to
wait,
respond to what I'm saying, and
because
you
you're
have
trying to
not.
distract. Drazi, you're trying to distract. If I give you a hypothetical, if I give you a hypothetical and I just change one
I
thing,
disagree with
and
the premise
if
of your
by me
hypothetical.
change, you're not letting me finish, and by me changing that one thing, you are saying that the definition of the thing we are talking about is changing, then bro, I can't help, like I can't do anything anymore.
Well, you
Then
can't
I'm
do
like,
anything
okay, bro,
anyways.
checkmate,
You haven't
checkmate, bro.
responded to the last like five
What can
questions
I
I've
say?
asked you.
Like that
You
makes
could have said yes
absolutely
or
no
no.
sense.
You could say yes or no to the question I just asked you.
Okay, we
You want
have
me
to
to
wrap
answer
this up.
stuff,
I
but
would say,
I need more information to try to answer you because I think there's a disconnect here, and I can't get you to answer my
yes,
questions that will clarify things for me.
there is a disconnect. Um,
Right, and I keep trying to mend it, but you
ask
won't
me, ask
respond to
me.
me.
I promise you that I'm gonna answer all of your questions. Ask me your questions.
Do you think that it is normal? Like, this is how I was saying it. Do you think it's normal for somebody to say it's necessary for me and my family to eat every day? Do you think this is a fine thing to say? It's not contentious to say that?
No, it's not.
Okay. This is where, see, you and I are miscommunicating with each other then. Because I would say that it's necessary for people to eat every day. And if I said it was so necessary for me, it was necessary for me to eat that person, the word necessary
Okay,
means something totally different in these two different scenarios.
do you know? No, it doesn't mean anything different. It's just the implication. If you say every day, the implication is that if you don't eat, like if we say no to that, you are going to die immediately, right? Like if we don't agree on that,
Yeah,
then the
that's what you
implication is
mean.
that you're going to die.
Right.
That's
This
the
is where we're
ultimate necessity.
miscommunicating. When you're saying
That's the
necessity,
ultimate.
that's how you're using it.
Oh, but okay, but you have to let me finish, bro. Really, like
I already
the
understand
ultimate
what you're saying. I
necessity.
agree. I agree with that. I agree with
But
the ultimate
then
necessity.
but I disagree. I disagree with you saying that the definition of necessary changes. It doesn't. It's
Necessary
just that
means to an
in one
end.
case,
Sometimes it means to the end of avoiding death. Sometimes it means to the end of keeping my job. Sometimes it means to the end of making sure that I wake up in the morning. Necessary means this thing must happen in order for this end to be achieved. And
if
almost
I
every time
say
somebody's using it.
if I say X was necessary, there is a degree attached to it, and we have 100% is you dying if you don't do it, and everything that is not dying is not 100%. It's like something in between not having any difference and you dying. And if you take the ultimate, like if you take 100%, obviously everything's going to be justified. Then you have an absolute definition of necessity, but not because the definition has changed, just because the gradual amount of necessity has changed.
Okay, if there's an amount of necessity, see this. I'm
Yes.
always using necessary to mean 100% to an end. This must happen in order for this end to be achieved. If this does not happen, if this necessary thing does not happen, this end will not be achieved.
Okay,
So
but that's
necessary is
not how we.
always something to an end. It is. If I say it is necessary for me to set 3 alarms, otherwise I won't wake up in the morning, it means that should I set two,
Bro,
one, or none, I won't wake up. But if I do
that's not
set three, I will wake up. This is a necessary condition.
that's not how you used it in your critique of me eating meat, right?
I
You
explained to
didn't
you how I
say
used it.
you didn't say necessary for X, Y, and Z.
I
You just
did.
said necessary.
I,
No,
I
no, you
look.
didn't.
I
You
fought with you
didn't.
over and
You
over
said
and said, "Hey,
it's
look,
not
we need to
okay.
define
It's
it."
not okay to kill. You said it's not okay to kill animals because it's not necessary. And you didn't say
I said it's
necessary
not
for
okay to do
X,
it
Y,
when
and
it's not
Z.
necessary.
Bro. Yeah, but you didn't say for X, Y, and Z.
I
Like
did.
you're not even being honest about how you're using necessary.
Knack, I swear to God, I told you like 4 or 5 times before you finally let me said, look, we have to define necessary. There's a problem here. We have to define it. We have to define it. And then I told you what I meant. And then when I would say it, you would say it back to me, meaning what you mean right now and not using my definition when I would give you examples with it.
You still have no definition that is different than mine. You're just
You just
reusing it
told
in a way
me,
that you haven't used yourself.
you just told me when I just gave a different example of it, you said, no, that's not what it means. So you're only willing to accept your definition of it. Like that's why I said we need a different word because it's
We
not
have
serving
no
us.
alternative definition. When I ask you to switch it up for something else, you use required instead of
I said, no,
necessary.
no. See, look, you stopped at required. You stopped at required, and I said two. Just like I said, when I say necessary, I mean this is something that must occur in order for an end to be achieved. You stopped at
Okay, how
required
would
and
you?
ignored the for
Okay,
the end to be achieved
can you?
part.
Okay, can you please then please tell me tell me how you would rephrase your original critique of me eating meat
Yes.
with that way, because then you know what you're gonna end up with, necessary for not dying. That will be
No,
the
it's
thing, the
not.
ultimate thing. Yeah, that will be the ultimate thing. That will be everything else will
You're
be like really
you're
close to that.
you're right now. You're
Okay,
insisting
no,
again on your
please
definition.
tell me. You tell me. No, you tell me. Necessary, it's always necessary for X, Y, and Z, right? So you said it's not okay to kill animals because it's not necessary. Necessary for what?
I would say that it is immoral to eat
Yeah,
animals because
yeah.
you can be healthy and live a normal life without doing so. And I would say that
Healthy, healthy.
yeah,
What's the ultimate unhealthiness?
probably dying of cancer.
Dying, right? That's what I'm saying, like the whole time. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. And
Like we're not even using different definitions. It's exactly the same. I'm not using a different definition. That's what I'm saying since the beginning of when we try to unpack necessary. I'm saying the ultimate necessity is death. And you keep saying that I'm using some kind of different definition, but then again, you're still using the same definition.
I'm
You're saying
saying it's
to
not
live a healthy
required.
life, to
Yeah.
not die, which means to not die.
No, I don't mean to not die. Everybody's going to die.
Yeah, to you know what I mean, bro.
Bro, we've gotten so pedantic here. I got to
Not to
make
be
sure.
immortal. It's not to be immortal, but to not die now, right? That's what we mean when I say to not die. I mean not to not die now.
No, I mean to be healthy. You know,
Yeah, being healthy means
you're
not
capable to
dying,
perform all the tasks that's going to be expected of you. You're able.
bro.
What I really mean is you're able to fulfill your duties. If I'm speaking in moral philosophy terms, I would say that you're able to fulfill your duties because I'm
Okay,
pretty deontological. Say I have a duty to
we
myself first, then a duty to my family, then a duty to my community at large, and then to the world in that order. And so I
have
must take the steps in order to make sure that, at minimum, the first two duties are always fulfilled. And then after those are fulfilled, I must seek to fulfill the other ones if I can.
we have to wrap this up, man. I want
Okay.
to talk about. I want to talk to you about to wrap this up in a more positive and
Yeah.
I enjoy this even though it gets heated, but I still enjoyed talking to you.
Good.
Did you did you watch what do you think about Destiny's take on eating meat? Because I think it's really bad.
He had, in fact, when it came down to the best person that challenged him, it came down to a pig, and he said the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard Destiny say in the entire like 5 6 years I've watched him stream. He confessed that, like, sure, they have a brain and sure they have all the similar anatomy, but because I can't know 100% for sure that they're going to have a similar experience, then I can just pretend as though there's no chance, and I can just treat it like it's not having a similar experience that I would have to care about. And I'm like, that is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. That would be like if you're on a Windows computer and somebody puts a Mac or a Linux in front of you, be like, what do you expect me to be able to use this thing? How do I even know this is a computer? It just looks a lot like it. Like, it's sure, so it seems like it has the functionality, but it might not. So I should just pretend like it doesn't. That's it's out. It's so out there. It is. It was just dishonest. He just like lied about it.
Yeah, I felt like
He's too
it
smart
was
for
not
that.
really honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also like what his main argument was the social contract argument, right?
Because animals
That
can't
animals,
can't sign the
yeah,
social contract.
yeah.
Yeah, but that's so far into insanity. Because if that was the case too, do you know how like wealthy and like just how much success you could have if you gave zero fucks about anybody who couldn't sign the moral contract? And based on his pursuit of wealth, it seems like he would be behaving way differently if he actually believed that.
Yeah, I think that it's a really bad argument because
It was
dogs
his
somehow,
worst.
yeah, yeah, it was really not so good. I mean, I think that you could argue that dogs, for to a certain extent, are able to uh, have a social contract with you, right?
Yeah, you feed them,
Um,
take care of them, pet them, and then
yeah,
they'll
not
be good to
attack you.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the other argument was that he would have to basically had to slaughter a whole island of indigenous people because
Yeah,
if
because
they
they
will
can't
not
sign it.
be
Yeah,
able not be, if they would not be able to sign. Yeah, yeah,
or if they
that was
just
kind of
refuse
messed up.
to.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
favorite one that he got banned from the Destiny subreddit. I think he called into Mr. Girl and said he got banned from or Destiny's Discord because he asked Destiny, "What's the difference between somebody eating a cheeseburger and me going to the pet shop and buying a hamster to use as a fleshlight?"
As a
I
what?
As a fleshlight, he's gonna fuck
What's
it to death.
okay, okay, yeah, yeah. That's also
Which
yeah.
honestly
That's the
is
fucked
one
up
of
one.
the it is one of the best arguments to get people to point out that people are just hypocritical about it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean the yeah.
Because there is no moral argument to saying cheeseburger okay, hamster fleshlight not okay. It's just that one, people go, ew, gross. I don't want to be the vegan that people think of as like the, like the aggressive, mean one. But the one thing that always gets me, that sometimes I still say in real life is, I rescued a dog and I told a coworker about it. I told them what he went through before we got him. He goes, "Oh man, I just don't know how people can do that to an animal." And I was just like, "What are you gonna eat for lunch? Like, what do you mean? Like,
Yeah,
I guarantee you that my nice dog that I have deserved it more than the cow did. Like, he probably
I'm
at
not
least
gonna
did
say any.
something to piss the person off, whereas that cow did literally nothing to anybody ever. Both are bad and unjustified to me, but the dog certainly had it. Like, there's more of a reason to hit a dog than there is to slaughter a cow and like all the torture that goes into it. Don't do either. Both of them have bad reasons, but one has more of a reason.
Do you
Which, by the way, I wouldn't recommend. Don't hit dogs. They're super nice.
do you look at the? Do you ever look at research on like sentience?
Oh yeah,
Like, do you stay
it's
up to
what
date?
fucked me up. It fucked me up so bad. The pigs were the first one that got me. The thing that really hit me hard was that when I found out that some pigs can play video games.
No, no, I mean like on sentience on not on animals but on sorry,
Plants?
not on mammals, on plants, and also on fish. Like there was a huge, like
I don't
for
eat
years.
fish.
Yeah, but doesn't matter. I mean, like for years, I think until 2000, I don't know, what was it? Until 2016, there was a consensus among scientists that fish were not sentient,
That's so
and
weird.
yeah, that was just reactive impulses. And like, for example, I read in, I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was Descartes, the philosopher and mathematician, who famously beat up a cat on a big square with a stick and was saying, it doesn't feel anything, it doesn't feel anything. And it's just reactive impulses. And yeah, I feel like, I don't know, it's for me, definitionally, life is like suffering and joy. So,
Mhm.
or let's say experience, like the moment you have an experience of the outside world, which plants definitely have, like there is no question about it, that they have a that they know what's happening around them. If it's just a sunflower, you can talk about like meat-eating plants or sunflowers that go in the direction of the sun. So there is some connection to the outside world and they
Sure.
react to the outside world. So, and the moment you have that, and you have also this growth, in that moment, I think you need, in order for that to happen, you need an idea of what's good and what's bad for, in a
You
sense of
don't.
what's pleasurable and what's not. Like how would the plant turn into a direction of the sun that
Sure, sure, sure.
gives it
The
something, you know?
the
So
best thing for
how
these
would how would
arguments
the
is
sunflower
AI right
know that?
now. So, for a long time, AI, when it was in its infancy, it learned how to play Go, and it learned how to
Wait,
play
can
Go.
you yeah, but can you answer maybe that question? Like how would a plant
I am by analogy, and then I'll
okay,
point out what parts
okay.
in the analogy.
Sure,
So when we first had
sure.
machine learning, it was before you even like really called it AI. It was just doing things, and then when things worked out for it, it kept doing the things that worked, and it stopped doing the things that didn't. Biology does this
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
and now this has gotten to the point to where it has almost achieved sentience. Now plants, they are the things that don't do the things that work for it end up dying, and the things that are more successful at doing what works for it succeed. So this is basically just like a biological machine learning mechanism.
Yeah, in machine learning, you also you have you basically have an, like in a really simple sense, you have a plus minus system where you get a
Mm-hmm.
reward and pain and reward. It works in the same exactly same way. So
So the difference is a vessel for chemical reactions versus a sentient vessel for chemical reactions that can also make decisions about whether it wants to do the correct thing or the bad thing for it. I would say plants are just vessels for chemical reactions, much like the early machine learning softwares were just sort of like they're just like digital vessels for chemical. Like they're doing figuring out what works or what doesn't work, and then the versions that did the things that didn't work fall off, and the versions that keep doing the correct things succeed and move on. I think
but
eventually
wait,
plants can
are
become
you
sentient, and eventually machine learning will become sentient AI through
no,
this.
no, but when you say that the machine learning algorithm has an understanding for what's good and what's bad, right?
I don't think it has an
So if you
understanding. It's just that that's what progresses. So in nature, it's just going to be death that determines the things that are failing to do it good is what's going to do it, and it's not going to be as successful, so it's not going to reproduce. With the software engineers are going to kill off that parts of the version
where's
that are
the
bad.
where's the disconnect happening? Like I do some stuff
I
in
just
the
don't think it's a
world.
decision.
Wait, let me just finish.
Okay.
When I look at the world and some things give me positive and some things give me negative, right?
Hmm.
So in the same way, an animal, pain, joy, and then we go even further down, and something's getting pain, joy. At what point is there like uh something that is becoming like no experience? Like where's the cutoff?
Oh,
Like
sure, sure.
it's you would agree that there is pain, joy also for plants, right? Like otherwise they would not be able to distinguish
I might
positive
not
things
use
from
those
negative
words,
things.
but sure, roundabout, yeah. The difference here
Yeah, but
is
where
that
where's the
Agency.
cutoff?
Agency. It's the
Yeah, but
plant's not
where is the
choosing
cut?
it.
Like, yeah, but where do you cut it off? Like, and from like, what do you determine for cutting that off?
Agency.
Yeah, no, I mean in an observatory way. Like, how do you make the difference between like a plant uh reacting to pain and joy, reacting to outside factors versus an insect reacting to outside factors?
There's
Like,
different
where would
ways.
you do
There's
the?
so there's different ways that we can do it. For one, we can look at hardware and see if there's a capability of the hardware. If we don't have the ability to understand what the hardware it's working with is, then we can try to test for intentionality. With a lack of hardware evidence, or like a question mark on hardware evidence, I think we then have to look at intentionality. Otherwise, there is no reason to assume agency or
I mean,
intentionality.
the hardware definitely points to the hardware to for pain, like for having a receptor for outside joy and like negative things and positive things, definitely exists on all of those, right? So there is a receptor that shows the plant that there is sunlight coming from there. So there is
Could it
a
choose to
connection
not
there,
accept
right?
it? But could the grass ever choose to not take in the sunlight and produce chlorophyll because of it?
I mean, I could ask the same question about the fly, right?
Sure, you can.
I could ask the same question about you.
Yeah, that's the thing though. We know that
It's
people
not
have agency. Some
that,
people choose to end their lives.
okay. Do you think that monkeys can also do that?
Yeah, they're pretty good at it.
So when does it stop?
What do
Like
you mean?
at what? Yeah, so we go
There's
down, like we go
agency.
further down. We monkey has agency, and then the insect also has agency, right? And then at some point there is like this magical line
Okay, do you think a
where you
flower
say,
can
okay, there
choose?
is no more agency.
It's okay. So let me put it to you this way. Do you think that a flower can choose between actual sunlight and artificial sunlight if there's two produced? Do you think it gets to pick which one it turns to?
I mean, there is stuff that you can't distinguish, right?
Wait,
We
wait.
could
This is
imagine
this
a
is the
world where you
question.
can't
Wait, wait. Sure.
distinguish real meat from beyond meat, right?
Hang on. This is you not answering my
So
question again. You can give me a contention, but answer the question first and then give me your thing.
no, I don't see the relevancy. Like that's not
Sure,
me.
that's fine if you
That's
don't see the
me.
relevancy, but maybe I
Yeah.
need this question answered so I can understand you better. This isn't
Do
just
you
about
think
you
it can
understanding better.
distinguish? Do you think it can distinguish something that you've set up such that it can't distinguish it? No, it
No,
can't
no,
distinguish it. Like you've
I'm
already
asked.
said that it's not distinguishable, right?
Now take that a step further. If I have real sunlight and then I have this artificial sunlight over here, and I have a flower and
Yeah.
it goes towards the real sun or it goes towards that one, I would expect all these flowers that don't. If I took 100 of these flowers, and as long as they don't have any weird biological mutations, I'd expect them all to behave the exact same way, right?
Okay.
Well, correct.
Like you're saying that
It doesn't seem like that there's an ability for agency here. Whereas if I took 100 dogs of the exact same breed, let's say for the sake of argument, there was a dog that had 100 litters, insane, and they're all like the 100 equivalent of twins. There would probably be some differences. And if I put down two different kinds of, I'm going to say snacks, not the word we would normally use, we would expect to see not all of them picking the same one because they have agency.
don't you think that there's like this is empiricism, like it's basically by definition not something that you can always 100% with 100% accuracy. I mean, if you would do 1 million, like if you just increase the number, at some point you would have a flower that would behave differently, right?
But I don't.
Like there is always.
Sure, hang on. But I would expect the reason that it didn't would be to be some kind of genetic component that is mutated from the rest of them. I wouldn't expect it to be the same as all the other ones. I would expect that there's some sort of chemical reason and not an intentional reason. Would not suspect that there to be a conscious decision making mechanism happening if only one of them out of the million did.
So so basically you're saying plants is like the magical threshold for when free will comes into place?
No, I'm saying that I
Other
don't
than
think
that,
that it happens
before
there.
no, you're basically saying that everything that is above plants has free will, and everything that is below plants is just behaving completely deterministically. So
No,
you basically
there's
have
some
two
animals that
worlds.
I think that have no free will as well. There's like jellyfish.
Okay.
They have no blood. They have no brain. They have no nervous system. They're arguably
Hmm.
plants. Uh, that
Okay.
I
So,
consider
uh-huh.
jellyfish to be vessels for chemical reactions. If
So
they
you
were
think
not,
that
if they were tasty, I'd probably be fine with people eating them. I don't know, or safe to eat. It seems fine.
so you think that everything like there's some beings that are disrupting determinism and some that are not, right? So at some point in complexity of
Oh, I'm a
living
dualist when
being,
it comes to free will.
determinism goes away,
I'm a
and
dualist when it
now
comes
you
to
have
free
this.
will.
Uh, you mean that there is the metaphysical world in which there is free will, and the physical world in which there is no free will?
I just think that it depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean by dualism?
I think that
You
at
just
the
said that they have free will.
I said
That dogs
intentionality.
have free will.
I said
Yeah, but that's
intentionality
what
and
it means.
agency. Sure.
No,
If
no, no. You said that if you take 100 plants
yeah.
and 100 dogs, that the plants would always behave in a deterministic way,
Hmm.
and that the dogs there would be some that would not behave in a deterministic way. That would break basically the
Right.
determinism.
Okay. I'm trying to answer the question
That's
that you
what free
asked
will
me.
is, right?
Sure. And I said I have a dualistic approach to that. You asked me what that is, and then you tried explaining
Hmm.
the examples I gave before. So I would say that
Okay.
from my perspective, I have free will. It seems like I think about things, I weigh my choices against different desires that I have, and it's basically like a warring between different desires that I have, and then ultimately I come to a decision. However, I think that if you had all the information about all the particles in my body and you just looked at me from like a chemical and particle perspective and you had all the information about all of them, you could know with 100% certainty what I was going to do. But from my frame and my lens, it seems like I'm actually choosing things. I'm taking considerations. I'm having thoughts that aren't accounted for by these chemicals and just like electrical impulses. Uh, and
But you
that this
say
is how I'm
it
arriving
seems
at it.
like
Yeah. And I
not
don't
actually
know. Yeah,
that
and
way.
I think that it's impossible to discount my own experience that I'm having of this because it's
But
so persuasive. And I do assume that other people have the same process. And so I think that it just depends on what level you're looking at it at. So if you go down past the chemical and particle and you get down to the quantum level, it seems really hard to determine what the fuck's going to happen. Things seem to go really off the rails there. And I think it'd be really hard to assume determinism from that lens. So it just seems like depending on what scale we're looking at, it seems like determinism is like an absolute fact. And then at different frames, it seems like free will is an absolute fact. And it's really hard to decide which one of these things is actually the mechanism which is controlling outcomes. So it seems like they both have like a pretty strong play into it. And I just have to confess that depending on the lens, it seems like they're both valid. I just don't see how we could just pick one to say this is one that's absolutely in control of what's going on.
would you be surprised if at some point we would see like with increase in technology we would be able to see like very similar behaviors that we see in dogs, for example, and plants? Play, communication, uh
Um,
like stuff like similar to
I would be
love
shocked.
for offspring, love
So
for
do I think it's a
offspring and stuff like
possibility?
that.
I think it's a possibility,
Yeah,
but
like
I would be shocked. I would be very
how
shocked.
unlikely do you think that is?
Very.
Hmm.
I think that at a certain level of complexity, these things just like come apart. I think that what more than likely is the case is that there is a probabilistic determinism that operates things and that help inform like conscious intent. So we have a free will that's heavily influenced by deterministic things.
Hmm. Well,
That
that's
would be
a
my
that's a
guess.
complete topic
Yeah.
in and of itself. Um,
Does that make sense at least?
Kinda. I mean, like I have a really I have a big difficulty of that whole idea of free will. Like
It is
I
tough.
believe in free will, Like I believe in free will in a sense of, but like, yeah, in a Kantian way. But I don't know. It's been a long time
It
since
seems like
I've
you're
read.
similar
And
to me then. You
yeah,
understand the
but I
facts of
would never.
determinism, but also believe in free
Yeah,
will.
but you claim that you see free will in some animals and in some living beings and not in others.
Yeah.
And to me, that would be the direct opposite to what Kant is saying. Because it's like Kant would say that you will never be able to see free will. Like you will always see determinism. Like we can only see the world through determinism. But I don't know. Like that's I'm also not an expert. I'm
Yeah, I think
not a
that when
Kant
we're
expert by no
free
means. But
will, the evidence of free will is always going to be an intuition based thing because it's an intangible kind of thing. Determinism is very physical, it's easy to see, but free will is so intangible and you have to map it onto experiences that you've had to detect it.
hmm
And so, we can try to like come up with tests with it, but these tests are always going to be based on our intuitions, mapped off of our own experiences of what we think is free will.
hmm
So it's tough. Like I've always said too, the problem with this is really that consciousness is the closest thing we have to like a miracle or magic in the world. It is something that defies all these really rigid scientific ideas that we have, like the ability to think and conjure up a thought, to imagine something that you've never seen before. It's insane. It's basically just magic as far as we're concerned. We can kind of figure out like what it is required to produce it, but when these things come together and it actually happens, we're like fucking crazy. It's a mystery. Some
yeah,
people even
yeah.
argue that it doesn't exist. So it is really like the pinnacle of mystery and like magic in the universe is consciousness.
That's one thing that really annoys me about Mr. Girl.
Oh,
He he
I
he
beat him on the
constantly says
consciousness
that
debate. Did you see it?
I don't know about that. I think I saw it,
I put him
but
against the wall and he had to stop.
what really annoys me is that he's constantly discussing with people about basically he should just say at the beginning of most of the conversations he should just say I don't believe in consciousness, I don't believe in free will, and everything is deterministic and there is no intentionality of free will. And then like most of the conversation would not even happen.
Yeah,
Like
or
that's
at the very least, he
where
could say,
most
"I
of the
don't think we can
conversations
know."
end up. So yeah, he just shouldn't like he's basically so often talking about consciousness, but then saying that he doesn't believe in it, so it makes the conversation makes no sense anymore.
He could also just say, "I don't
Yeah,
think that it's possible for us to know," and that would be pretty good too.
yeah, I think
It's
so
his
too.
certainty
Yeah,
that hurts him a lot.
yeah.
I guess tonight, are you gonna watch the Hotline tonight?
Oh, there is a hotline? No, probably not.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna go to
calling
sleep
in
soon
very
because it's like
briefly.
late here.
Oh, I'm calling
Yeah.
in really briefly to lay out our ground rules.
What time is it starting?
I think it's 7 or 8, maybe 8. I'm really emotional about the stuff he says about physics, and he's very sensitive about the things that he says about physics. And we're going to talk physics tomorrow on my stream.
Wait, and how
And
many hours is that?
like 1.5
Ah,
ish.
okay.
I don't know what time I'm
Yeah,
going on.
probably
That's up
not
to
then also.
Nathan. But
Yeah.
I need to lay out with him like, hey, look, just so you know, I might yell. I might get very emotional when we're talking about physics tomorrow. And you've
Oh,
also
you
said,
tomorrow you're gonna talk about physics with
yeah,
him?
I'm having my Umbrella Academy stream where I play Resident Evil 4 and we watch
Mm-hmm.
videos about a topic. We're gonna learn about light tomorrow, and at some point he's gonna call in to
Mm-hmm.
talk to me. And
Mm-hmm.
he thinks light moves at infinite speed, and that just hearing somebody say that pisses me off.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And so I might get really heated, and I just need to know like he's not gonna get so upset that he's just gonna have to leave or something. So I need to understand where we stand because he said he won't talk to people that condescend to him. You need to understand I'm not condescending. I disagree with you, and I think you're smart enough to understand where I disagree with you. So if we butt heads a lot, I just might get excited. And so we're just
I
gonna lay
had
out the rules.
like I don't know, like maybe 8 or 9
Oh
years ago,
no!
I had a what happened?
One of one of my viewers said they purposely didn't look into what Mr. Grill is saying about physics because they already don't like him and they didn't want to like him less. And when I said light goes at infinite speed, they said, "Wait, what?"
I mean, I think he's a smart guy, you know. I don't think he's stupid
He
at
is.
all.
His confidence
But
level
at the
is way
same
higher
time,
than it should be on this, though.
it would be crazy. Like if he would be right on it, it would be insane. Like it would be really, really fun. It would be really, really fun. I would really love to see him be right. Like that would be like insane. Like because
Do you know how great that makes me? If he like won the Nobel Prize in physics, and I was like with his like Smet's a supporter of his, but like I actually back him up and like do videos about like why I think he's correct and stuff. That makes me look like a fucking genius too. Nothing could be better for
yeah,
me if he was right. I just
but
think he's fucking wrong.
but I think like the one thing I don't understand is like if I would that's also what I never understood about flat earthers was like if you think that you are so good like at what you're doing or if you think that you're so much better than all of these physicists, I would like immediately you should go to university and just like take all the courses and you would probably like finish it in like I don't know 1.5 to 2 years instead of like 3 years and you would like
They're all corrupt,
basically
bro. They're all propagating
yeah
that
but that's
lie.
yeah the flat earthers would say that but I can't imagine Mr. Girl saying that. I don't
Oh, sure.
see him saying that
Well, actually,
because
he
he's
says
like
that
someone that is like insane trust in institutions, even like an absurd trust in institutions, in my
that's
opinion.
such a
But
good point. That's such a
like
good
I
point
don't
because
see
he says
why
he thinks that physicists are like stuck up their ass and that they're just not willing to engage with him on this stuff.
it would be crazy. Like it would be like the possibility of that really happening that proves them like proves them wrong, and like just the amount of time that like first of all Einstein
Yeah, he said Einstein's wrong.
the yes, he said like Einstein's wrong, and like just imagine like how many people needed to fall until we had someone like Einstein. Like he's the best of the best. Like so many
One of the
people have
greatest
like
minds that's ever lived.
tried,
Yeah,
tried to be Einstein, and he has been the most successful in his field.
yeah.
And also he has like spent infinite amounts of times more on this topic than Mr. Girl ever has. Like just the sheer mathematical possibility of Mr. Girl like proving Einstein wrong is like that would be crazy. I would really like that would be close to a miracle, and I would really like to see that happen. Actually, it would be really fun. Um,
Yeah, it would be pretty
yeah,
crazy. Yeah, yeah. If in 20 years from now we're like the greatest minds in physics, Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Richard Feynman, Max Carson. I think a part of even though I would be absolutely floored because like I'm fine with being wrong about physics, but you got to prove it to me. I think I'd always be a little bit mad. I'd be super happy for him, and I'd be happy for like me. I'd ride those coattails. Be like, that was my guy. That was my horse. I didn't bet him on this race, but every other time, I think I'd be always a little bit salty, just because like how
yeah, that would be crazy. I
I'd
mean,
never
like,
I'd never say it to
yeah,
his face, but I'd be like, no, he just guessed and got lucky. I think that that's just like I don't think my ego could ever let me be 100% happy for specifically this subject if that was the case. Um but I would be wrong for feeling that way.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see. It's fun. Um, Drowsy, I gotta go to sleep.
Yeah, it was
It was really
it got heated,
pleasure
but
talking to you.
yeah, you're honestly, I don't say this to almost anybody. You're one of my favorite people to have on in the couple times. I've talked
Thanks,
to you
man.
privately too. You're just a
Yeah,
joy. I appreciate you a lot.
thanks, man. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I watch your stuff. It's always like it's fun. It's interesting. I learn a lot
Hell
about
yeah.
the whole profession in and of itself. Um, yeah, it's
Well,
good.
thanks, man. Uh,
Good talks.
get some rest. I'll talk to you in the near future, I'm
Thanks.
sure.
Take care, man. Bye
You
bye.
too. Peace. Um, if you just got here, I want to highly recommend BoredKanack's channel. He has done some of the best, he's been doing a deep dive with the incel community. He has amazing interviews. With some people that are or previously were really big figures in the online incel community. Really, really good stuff. He does a really good job of talking to them, humanizing them, but also not accepting everything they say. Uh, I if you want to know more about the incel community, he's definitely the guy to go to. Having that said, I am pretty confident that he's not, or it was never part of that community. He's never given any indication. Um, how long have I been going for? Where's my little Twitch counter? Oh, good God, it's been a longer one. Uh, yeah, that's it for now. I'm gonna have to talk to Mr. Girl during the hotline. To lay out them ground rules. I'm so sorry you had to find out this way, Haas. Uh, I know it's rough. Um, yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be doing the Umbrella Academy. We're going to watch some informative videos about light, as in photons, and I'm going to play Resident Evil 4 uh, and try to talk about it. And I'll take questions about what we're watching. That's kind of how the Umbrella Academy goes. I play Resident Evil. We listen to informative information about whatever the subject is, and if people have questions, I'll kind of just like clarify, or we can dig into the subjects a little bit more. It's usually stuff that I have already general knowledge about, but refreshers are nice. But it's so that the people that watch me have a bit more information going into something that's coming up. Yeah, take it easy, Froggy Style. Again, thank you very much for the gifted membership. I appreciate you, buddy. Uh, I mean, I had an idea because he was saying some shit about special relativity and general relativity, and he was just wrong. I uh I seen somebody was talking about it in Spicy Chat, and they said, "What's going on? Who's the most right in the situation?" They're like, "I hate to say it, but Drazi's the most right in this situation." You don't even have to like me to know that I obviously know what I'm talking about when it comes to physics. It's been like it's one of the first academic subjects that I was like passionate about, and just like went to the library to get books out and shit just because like I needed to know more. Um, it sort of had just happened by mistake or on accident. Uh, so yeah, there's that. Tomorrow, somewhere around 7 or 8 p.m. EST, I'm going to be doing the Umbrella Academy stream at some point. Mr. Girl's going to call in. We're going to have some degree of a chat. How would you summarize the call with Kanack, Drazi? It was a very difficult conversation to have because it seemed like what I was saying wasn't able to get through because of uh, our disagreement about certain words. And he seemed to care about a lot of things that just didn't seem to matter very much to me. Um, I would definitely like to have a less philosophically heavy conversation with him about veganism, uh, to actually see how he feels about it. It was a very difficult conversation to have. It was super super pedantic, um, and that's partially my fault. I should have just kept every time that the word got used in a way that I didn't want. I felt like I tried really hard to stop him and say like, "Hey, wait, that's you're saying necessary, but that's not how I was using it just then." It was kind of messy. Um, I think that'll maybe happen less if I talk to him more and just get a better understanding of him as a person. At least I hope. It was a definitions debate. I so badly didn't want it to be a definitions debate, though. Dodrazi, are you or Max good at math, or does physics talk more about hypothetical? I'm I'm okay at math, but here's the thing: I don't need him to give mathematical proofs, um, at all. Nothing that he's saying is super contingent on math. I did criticize him about how he used the Schwarzschild metric before. He pointed out some of the things, like he misrepresented what some of the variables were before. And so when I wrote a Substack called Just the Facts, I pointed out that he had a fundamental misunderstanding about the variables in the Schwarzschild metric, in the part of the Schwarzschild metric that he was using. Because like he referred to one, I don't remember which it was, but it was like I don't remember, but he pointed out to like a letter, but like that letter on its own wasn't the actual variable. It was like, for example, it was like 2h, and he just referred to the h, but that wouldn't have made any sense. The 2h had a specific like representation, and so it just showed that like he was just kind of using the Schwarzschild metric, the understanding of the Schwarzschild metric, to talk about what he was saying. But then when he actually referred to the math, it was clear that the math wasn't actually like lining up with his understanding at all. And I think that most physics conversations can be had without talking about the math. So I think that I want to see math as a proof after you've shown a good understanding. If we have a solid idea, the good understanding, it explains a lot of phenomena with very few inconsistencies. So for me, when it comes to physics, I like the theory that explains the most phenomena with the least amount of inconsistencies. How far out can this apply? How many other things will necessarily interact with what you're expressing? And does it hold up with all of our understandings of these other phenomena that are going to interact with it without it contradicting? If so, now let's start doing some math. Let's try to prove it. Let's try to get other really smart people to run experiments based on this, and then we can actually do something with it. Yeah, the math is tough. So there's some concepts in physics to where like it's pretty hard to know how to approach it mathematically. Like look at string theory. We can't prove string theory mathematically still. It's a very hard thing to approach mathematically to prove it. But the reason why they have people trying is because it has a good proof of concept, like light breaking causality. Well, yeah, he said that light. Moves at infinite speed because it moves at the speed of causality. But like, for me, I just think of it like this: light moves at the maximum allowable speed. Causality is the thing that causality, things happen at the maximum rate which things can happen. So of course they're going to be tied. That's it. It doesn't feel like you're actually saying anything to me. You're just you're just you're basically just saying what I said. But when you try to use the fact that light moves at the speed of causality, it feels like you're trying to demonstrate something new here. It has no additional implications whatsoever. Causality is the speed limit, right? Sure, that is the more correct way to say it. Just there's a really important thing. My only worry in talking to Mr. Girl about physics and talking about physics in general is that I have very little practice talking to other people broadly about it. So like I might say things slightly off. I need a little bit of good faith to understand that like I might just have to change how I say things. I remember I did one stream about it and I really struggled because I just go to say something and I realized that none of this stuff means anything to people who don't read into physics at all. So it's a harder thing to on the fly translate to people that just don't have prerequisite information. So I might fumble some words trying to do that. I had like 2 or 3 friends that in my whole life that I ever really talked about physics with. Other than that, it's just sort of me like listening to stuff, reading books, shit like that. And one friend that I talked to about it for like hundreds of hours. You can go faster. Can you go faster than causality? Maybe, but it's going to be a tough one to prove. Do you? I don't even know what it would mean to go faster than causality. To go, like there's an issue when you say I want to go at that point. I think if you did, we would just have to redefine causality, like the speed of causality at that point. I think it has to match how fast you can go. But I'm pretty confident that because like for instance, if we can, well, if you have a warp drive, you're not really moving. Like you're not accelerating or anything. You're kind of just sitting still. Yeah, it's goofy. And I feel like when I say that, like you can travel great distance, like you can be at point A and go to point B, which is like 100 million light years away instantaneously, essentially instantaneously, faster than causality, as we would traditionally think about it, but you're not actually moving at all because just the space around you is moving. I'm quite educated in all the science. If I'm present, you guys talk, I'll assist in the right words in very good faith. Um, I'm very confident that other people won't be able to come into the call. Mr. Girl is pretty protective over the physics stuff that he said, and I have had to fight tooth and nail for this. However, my God, if you see any errors, put them in chat. Put them in chat. It's a big fucking maybe. It's mathematically sort of possible, but it breaks reality. I think a warp drive is fine, really. But oh, okay. If he says we can take calls, I don't mind at all, though. So I think the reason why I'm pretty okay with like a warp drive existing is because I still subscribe to the ether. I have no reason to think that the ether doesn't exist. I think that so like light doesn't really have any acceleration; it just goes at light speed, and I think that that has to be because there's a medium which everything exists in that prevents anything from going faster. Because light is so unique in that it goes from zero to light, something has to be limiting it then, based on how all their motion works. I just feel like the ether must exist. And the I always say it wrong. Is it Michelson Morley? Let me see. What's going on here? Wait, what's frozen? Is it my keyboard or is it? Nope, it's Chrome. Okay. Michelson Morley. Okay, it is. Uh, so to me, uh, I always thought that the conclusion of the Michelson Morley experiment confirmed the ether. Uh, they did it, and they go, "This disproves the ether." I'm like, "But fucking how?" That didn't make any sense to me. Uh, so they have a beam of light that goes through a piece of glass that splits the light, and if the ether exists, they said that we should notice a difference based on the mirror because the Earth is moving through space and all that. So there should be some amount of difference here, but it didn't seem like there was. Assuming that light travels at c relative to the ether, and that the ether is drifting at v to the right as shown, blah blah. The experiment was capable of observing a shift larger than 0.005 fringe. No shift was detected. So for me, the thing that I guess they assume that the ether moves, but I assume that everything else moves through the ether. Otherwise, it's like a really goofy concept. I think that the ether is just like the universal soup that everything in the universe exists in. It's a universal medium. It doesn't move. We move through it. And if that's the case, then it would seem like no matter which direction you're moving, light would be traveling across the ether at the same rate, and that the Michelson-Morley experiment would confirm that. But we seem to have discarded the ether, which bothers me a whole bunch. But also, that's why I'm sympathetic towards Mr. Girl. The things that I understand about physics lead me to conclusions that I disagree with a lot of mainstream physicists about. I don't believe in dark matter. I don't believe there currently is, but I'm kind of retarded, so. Like, everything becomes a lot more reasonable when you have the ether. Like, why gravity works becomes a lot more understandable if you imagine that there's a fabric of the universe, so to speak. Like the space-time fabric is sort of like that's like a weird concept if there's no medium which everything is in. The way that light behaves makes a lot more sense if there is an ether. But we'll learn more about light tomorrow. I'm probably gonna pull up my favorite part of Feynman's quantum electrodynamics before I start the game, because my favorite fact about light is how it interacts with glass based on thickness. Um, like I got a headache and an upset stomach when I read about it. It only 2 times in my entire life have I ever felt physically ill from learning something, and both times were from physics. The first time I just read my first ever physics book, and I was just like, my brain was burnt out and I felt exhausted. But then the only other time was that little piece of information from quantum electrodynamics. I think that the hotline's going to start soon, and I have to run to the store before it starts. So I'm going to get out of here. If you haven't liked the stream already, please like the stream. If you're not subscribed to my channel, please subscribe to my channel. We're only 195 away from being able to get ads. I'd really like to have them. I don't ask viewers for money, but I'm really happy when the platforms give me money. Oh, speaking of, right before I go, I found out yesterday that Twitch paid me out, and I get paper checks from them, and it got sent to my old house. You had a crisis over Infinity last year? Which Infinity? How big of an Infinity? Uh, thanks all rounder, you too. Peace out, Milkman. Optics are one of the funniest parts, dude. It's hard to leave when I have people engaging about physics, but I really do gotta go. That's fair. The infinity spectrum of infinities. All right, you guys. I appreciate you.